A lot of vehicle owners have withdrawn their vehicles on the road for lack of fuel, or rather lack of purchasing power to fuel their vehicles. So it's a very, very tough period. A lot of people are agonizing over it. And except government does something and does something urgently, the situation might get out of hand. And don't forget the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg, because for me, I feel that this is September and December is fast approaching. We may get to that situation at that point where a liter of fuel will cost 2,000. Already it is 1,400. By December, we'll be talking about 2,000 naira. It's an industry that is infested with corruption, and that's why we have the situation we have on the ground. That's why we are facing this problem. And you ask yourself, this is a product that is excavated from Nigeria. In the wisdom of our past leaders, beginning from the military government, they had the wisdom of constructing refineries, first in Port Harcourt in 1965. We have the Port Harcourt refinery. We have a second refinery in Port Harcourt. Then we have Warri refinery. We have Kaduna refinery. And today we have Dangote refinery, which is about 650,000 barrels of oil per day. And we have other modular refineries. There's one in Edo. There is one, we have, on the whole, we have about 8 refineries in Nigeria. And you ask yourself, why are these refineries not functional?
Thank you for still staying with us on New Day on your favorite television, Signature Television. I'm sure you've been informed, you've been educated, because that's our major aim, being here on the show. Well, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, internet news will follow suit. Don't go anywhere. Entertainment, I beg your pardon. Entertainment news will follow suit. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Season's greetings to you out there. It's your baby girl, Queen Mokunta. This is the entertainment news where you get the trendy and juiciest gist in the entertainment industry globally. So let's delve right into the stories of the day. Nigerian singer Ira Star, popularly known as Sabi Girl, recently ignited conversation on social media after voicing her curiosity about the availability of roadside noodles in Lagos. Taking to X, the singer expressed her confusion, asking, "Wait, no Aboki Indomie again in Lagos?" In a follow-up post, she sought recommendations, writing, "Please recommend the best spots." Her comments quickly went viral, sparking a wave of reaction from fans and Lagosians, while some humorous shared their favorite noodle spots or joined in her search. Others accused the singer of attempting to appear relatively or street. The playful exchange underscores Ira Star's knack for engaging with her audience while spotlighting a beloved aspect of Lagos street food culture. Reality TV star and influencer Tasha has once again expressed her unwavering love for rap icon Nicki Minaj, referring to her as mother and revealing the depth of her admiration. During an appearance on Madame Joy's podcast, the BB Niger alum shared how much Nicki means to her, even humorously claiming she'd go to extreme length for the superstar who notably follows her on Instagram. Tasha explained that her admiration goes beyond mere fandom, crediting Nicki Minaj's resilience and journey as a significant source of inspiration. It's not just about her music, it's how she's overcome so much and stayed on top, Tasha said. She also admitted to being fiercely protective of her idol, jokingly stating that she'll defend Nicki's honor in person if needed. Encouraging Nicki Minaj to visit Nigeria, Tasha said she hasn't even come to Lagos yet, but has been speaking Niger Pidgin English everywhere. She really needs to come. All Nigerians are barbs. There is no debate. Tasha's passionate declaration underlined the profound influence Nicki Minaj has had on her life, sparking excitement among fans who hope to see the rap queen make her way to Nigeria. Andre Kelly, the ex-wife of imprisoned singer R. Kelly, has addressed critics questioning her decision to keep his last name, despite his tarnished reputation. In a candid interview with Carol's King, Andre explained that her choice is deeply rooted in her personal journey and commitment to her children. The choreographer emphasized that the name Kelly represents more than her past marriage to R. Kelly in his incarceration for sex trafficking. She sees it as a connection to her children and a tool to creating meaningful change. I'm sticking with my children through everything, she asserted, highlighting that her decision is grounded in family unity. Andre also revealed how retaining the Kelly name has given her a platform to advocate for victims of domestic violence and abuse, causes she is deeply passionate about. Addressing the backlash, Andre pointed out that public criticism is tied to her ex-husband's fame. If I were the ex-wife of a regular person, nobody would care enough to slam me, she stated. Her response underscores her resilience and determination to use her voice and experiences to make a positive impact regardless of public opinion. Finally, celebrities attend the Red Sea International Film Festival RSIFF 2024 closing ceremony on Thursday, December 12th in Saudi Arabia's port city in Jeddah. The closing ceremony of the 4th edition of the Saudi Festival attracted celebrities like Johnny Depp, Priyanka Chopra Jones, and Nikki Jones. On its closing night, the festival screened Moody, 3 days on the Wing of Madness, the second directorial venture from Johnny Depp based on the life of legendary Italian artist Modigliani. And that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, I want the band to, or should I say, the band, no, not the band, let me say, what's his name? He was the band's friend, Don Jazzy. Don Jazzy is my father. Apparently, we're now choosing fathers and mothers overnight. Tasha wakes up and says, Nicki Minaj is my mother. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff.
I'm not stopped laughing. You know that you were the one that read it out during the...
Yes, during the newspaper headlines, of course.
I was just chuckling all through.
Like,
all right.
My father. First of all, I want to understand, is he in role model or which part are you mothering?
You know, I'm thinking...
Yes.
I'm a mother, right? So if, God forbid, my daughter wakes up one day and
calls somebody else.
Somebody else. Her mother.
Not even spiritual mother.
Well, she go talk and she go call her.
She go come meet you for us. Very valid, very valid. But then again, that was the entertainment news. I hope you were entertained and got to know about all the... I don't know why I want to say this thing.
All the stars.
All the stars. All the stars. All
and
the
influencers. And what's going on with them.
Well, don't forget you can watch all of this again on all of our social media platforms. YouTube, you can find all the interviews we've had today, but from the newspaper review to this. So don't forget. And then on TikTok, check us on TikTok, check us on Instagram, check us on Facebook. We're live on Facebook as well. We're going to... Today is Word Day something. Promise me, please. I want to get it for you. Let me tell you what today is. But first of all, today is the 14th. December is coming to an end. You have 17 days until this month comes finally to an end. This year has been a lot.
Actually, in my mind, I'm already in 2025. I don't know about
Why?
you.
Why are you so much in a haste?
Well, you know how it is when you have plans and you put them down and you begin to leave those plans in your mind, even prior to, executing those plans. So for me, really, 2025 is here, 2024 is gone. We are grateful for it, but 2025, watch out for us. Have you gotten your headline yet?
No, not yet, not yet. I'm still trying, because I saw it this morning and I kept it somewhere because I wanted to tell you guys what today is. Yes, just yeah, okay. All right. So I found it.
Good.
So today is Girlfriend Day.
Oh my goodness. And here I was actually waiting to hear what International Day today is. What UN...
okay, I don't think this is not it. This is not it.
Joshua, you're playing with me. Joshua is playing with me.
Well, it was intentional.
Stop
I wanted
playing,
to see,
Joshua.
you know, for all the single people out there, would have just said, nothing really concern us. But to people in a relationship would have been like, wait, today is Girlfriend Day. And
So if today is Girlfriend's Day, then there should be a day for side chicks, yeah?
What's side chick? I have no idea what side chick
Well,
is.
since we are going down that lane, side chicks should get their own day, since girlfriends are getting their own days.
Really?
Oh, I'm thinking, thinking out loud.
I have no idea. But I still don't know why I'm finding it very difficult to find it. But then, well, when I do find it, I'll let you know.
All right. So moving ahead. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that Nicki Minaj thingy.
Yes.
Tasha saying Nicki Minaj is her mother, and I'm wondering in what sense, how exactly has she influenced Tasha to earn that kind of, position? But I'm thinking maybe Tasha just wants to, make the headlines.
Probably.
Or cloud chasing or something like that. But I just hope it goes down well with her mother.
Well, we'll go on a very short break. When we come back, I'm going to get that thing I'm looking for. But we'll see you after this.
Go get that thing.
Very difficult. Person like me now, I have to trek all the way from where I'm coming from. Before I get cash, it's very difficult. I have to just trek. If you meet some of these POS people, they will even charge you more than what you're expecting. So, how much am I getting? How much am I going to pay for POS? Before you even pay transport, go to a bank. Very difficult to get cash nowadays. Government should set up a task force that go through all these banks. All these banks they are the one that hold this that hold money. The thing, they don't want to release the money. I think there's money inside banks, so the government should set up a task force so that they can go to all these banks. I think I just read VMont last week ago that they should report the bank, any bank that don't want to release bank. I think they should set a task force that can they can do something about it.
It has been affecting me mostly in most of the transactions I carry out on a daily basis. Now, most of those transactions I use cash for. I usually do transfer. And not only doing that transfer that is the matter, a lot of charges attached to it. And you getting the cash, the amount you pay to get like 5,000 before, you pay like 100 naira, but now it is more than that. I think one of the ways government needs to look at it is that when it comes to withdrawal limits, they should increase the withdrawal limit across the counter, because normally, if I stand to be corrected, maybe the weekly withdrawal limit for an individual is 100,000 across the counter in the bank. If they can increase it to 200,000 or more, it will be better to ease the problem of cash scarcity in this country.
Yeah, the scarcity of cash, to me, it doesn't affect me because I prefer going cashless. I don't go around with cash. I prefer going around with my ATM card, and I have my bank apps on my phone so I can easily make a transfer. Even if there is no network, I can still use my USSD code to make my transfer. So I prefer going around like that.
The thing has not been easy for everybody. And one of the reasons is because if you check, most of these bankers, they are the people that are having all these POS machines. So even if you go to the POS machine, you can't get cash. You have to come to these roadside guys that are doing POS before you get cash. And even them, they have not given them much cash so that they can gain more. like if you want to get like 3K, 5K, you have to pay almost 400, 500 to get that kind of thing. So it's really, hard on people.
It's affecting me so seriously because if we go to bank now, we couldn't get the cash. We'll be there on queue, suffering, but we end up getting nothing. We don't know what is known to the government for the issue of these scarcities cash. But we are pleading with the government to look into the matter and solve this problem.
And so we have come to the end of the show from ENUGU. I'm sure you have been informed from the very beginning to this time. Thank you so much for staying with us. But don't go away because we are going to patch you over to our Abuja News. So New Day will continue. I'm still Chigichi Agoram, and with me still
Joshua Oritogundo. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of your morning.
Bye for now.
morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning once again.
About humanity of this sustainability.
What the social development goal is all about and how can the youth benefit from various social development goal initiatives being put together by the United Nations. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Boluwatife.
Good morning to you. Again, my name remains Boluwatife Adekoye. Good to meet you.
All right, and basically, let's begin this conversation. A lot of persons out there are curious to know what is social development goal. Let's start from that. Is it an exclusive goal? Is it a goal that is targeted at a particular people or race or tribe? What is this generality of social development goal? Let's start the conversation from there.
Okay. Social developmental goal, which is sustainability developmental goal, right, is what is for everyone. Based on your question, it's not just for maybe young person or for just because everyone is being affected by what have come together to form these global goals altogether. And the emergence of these sustainability developmental goals have started since year 2000, where we have the Millennium Goals, and over a period of like 15 years, they had to end the program and again start the Sustainability Developmental Goal, which is to run to 2030, why we call it the SDG 2030. Thank you.
All right, so many have argued that youth activisms often lacks the power to influence policies, and then that sustainability goal efforts can be superficial and short-lived, just like other policies. How do you think that this goal can be sustained? And looking at the youth involvement in the sustainability goal policies.
Okay. Over the years, since the sustainability developmental goal has started, we've had different policies coming up around it to ensure that all countries buy into it, because to me, SDG cut across every sector in life as an human being. Why I try for being passionate about humanity. And based on your question, I would say that, well, youth generally, being that they are the front runner to see that they are buying into that idea, coming in context to Nigerian environment, if I should put it that way, it's a little bit tricky because of the line of leadership, whereby we say youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and we are finding it very difficult to have the youth to participate in influencing policy. The environment itself, the way the structure is, has been so challenging, and so youth now trying to buy into the idea of going in, learning about policy to influence policy becomes a bigger challenge in our environment. And the few people that are entering into that space, and even through the media, are being silenced. So that makes it a little bit tricky, but we don't have to keep quiet, we don't relent, we just have to keep pushing. And for those who are still buying into it, that, okay, we want the whole world to know about the sustainability developmental goal, and we keep advocating. That's just it.
All right, so let's bring this social sustainable development goal, let's drive it home a bit. Boluwatife, in the generality of this social development policy, we've come to realize that it is one-sided. What I mean by one-sided is the urban areas in Nigeria tend to talk more about the sustainability development goal, while the rural area that have large resources, we don't get that education driven down to the rural areas in the country as it stands right now. So are we saying that there is a total social exclusion of this policy in Nigeria, or it has been segmented? You are an advocate, so I want you to react to this so that Nigerians out there can have a perspective. If they are being segregated, or this policy is to favor one segment of the country and abandon other fragments of the country?
Okay, great. I love this question. Why is because this is not just about the policy. Part of the policy is where the SDG first stands as quality education, right? But I keep talking about the Nigerian context of the approach to education itself. Hadn't been with education being spread across the whole country, that a child in a rural area is accessible to education, or that is a proper education, then it wouldn't have looked as if certain policy now is finding its way very difficult to reach them. So in a country by over the last statistics showing that almost 20 million girl child are out of school. So, and as someone who has also been able to go to the up north and seen how children are roaming about the almajiris and the rest like that, if I should call it that way, and not having access to education makes it so challenging that the basis of what they even had to know in education becomes a very, very difficult. And being that is challenging, to now have people to drive a policy for sustainability goals to those premises becomes very challenging. But as much as that is, we are still trying to break that barrier and ensure that through the medium of now the sustainability developmental goal, we are now pushing that, the push of education to those community. And I can give different instances of how these, even through international organizations, are collaborated with few organizations here in Nigeria to drive quality education in those remote places. Maybe in the course of the questions, I will be able to expatiate more on that.
All right, so invariably you're saying right now, it is not one-sided. It is being driven down. All right, so let's agree with you on that and to a certain extent. Let's bring it back home a bit, again, for the second time. A lot of NGOs are springing forth. A lot of organizations are trying to partner with the United Nations, especially in Nigeria, in the Federal Capital Territory, in order for them to promote sustainability development goal. I want to ask, in this level of education, what are they certified? What are the criteria that are required for them to be able to push this goal? Because what a man does not know, it is difficult for man to interpret. And what we've seen right now, we've seen a lot of persons telling you they are pushing for sustainability developmental goals. So I ask you as an advocate, are there trainings being put together to ensure that people that say they are sustainability developmental experts can now beat their chest and speak as an authority in that field? Are there training, or anybody can just delve into this field and become a sustainability developmental goal NGO professional, just like we've seen over time? I think this is one of the reasons why it's not been driven to the grassroots, because we don't have a lot of professionals. But you are the expert here as an advocate. What do you think about the orientation and training of the trainer systems for sustainability developmental goals?
Okay, great. Now, regarding your question, I will say, fine, there might be a little bit of lapses. So to now say that SDG experts, well, being an advocate requires a lot of trainings, in the sense that you have to attend capacity buildings for you to understand what that SDG actually stands for. You can't dive. I think this is one of the challenge for youth generally on the African side, whereby we find it very difficult to read. So you just feel like, oh, this thing is the one as the talk of the town, and you just feel like, let me just be into it, and the peripheral of it is what you are just following, that they should just see me that. But it's more than that. It's you being able to acquire the necessary capacity, in the sense of taking the necessary trainings, going forth to understanding what the SDG itself involves. And it's not hidden. All the available materials to you understanding this are being provided. organizations even hold capacity building where they want people who are interested in SDGs to come over. We've just marked the International Youth Day, just this concluded month, and it was a platform for young Nigerians, for them to come over to hear from experts of what they are actually doing, and those who are interested, for them all to get an insight, network together, and see how they can keep driving the goals together. So I think for me, I would say that it's of necessity that you go deep in learning, understanding what the SDG itself involves. This has cut across a lot of media publicity, and even you having those who are, let me use for example, not promoting a brand. There is a phone presently now that for you charging the phone, there is a feature there that lets you know that you are talking about SDGs. Just to put it straight to you that, okay, you have to understand these SDGs. Just on your network, click on it, digest what SDG is, because beyond the general 17 goals, on each of them have their own item of ways at which you can approach the SDGs. Given, for example, you have the SDG 1 as you having it as no poverty. You are having for another track under it 1.1, 1.2, breaking it down like that, where you are able to read what it really entails, and then you can now say, oh, I've understood what this is. So coming to the angle of, oh, there are a lot of NGOs, to me, I would say, fine, there are a lot of NGOs. The main purpose is, what is their vision? What is their ambition? Why are they connecting to connecting to sustainability developmental goal? Is it just to get the visibility, or actually?
Perhaps it's the next fat cow. It's the biggest fat cow right now in town, so I don't know.
Yeah, it is, in the sense that the goal is 2030, right? That we want all certain things to be put in place. In quality education reaching all and all are sundry, and at the same time, for NGOs, to me, I would say it's more than just connecting to the SDGs. Let the SDG be a driving board for you, but in whatsoever you are doing, ensure that it reaches the targeted audience, in you being able to say you are impacting life. So there must be an impact, and also being able to measure your results.
So let's even bring this conversation and talk about the government. Before a government comes into play, I understand that they have a lot of manifesto, as it were, before they come into play. As it stands right now, the SDG, I beg your pardon, have their own agenda that has been set. Now, looking at the government manifesto, that's most governments have not been able to completely utilize or fulfill, if you like to use that word. Can we now say bringing the SDG, wouldn't that be a form of distraction to governments that have their own agenda? And can this also be the reason why we don't have a lot of government, especially at the state and the local government level, not getting too involved in SDG policies and programs?
Okay. This sounds interesting because in 2022, when we had the Active Now week of SDGs, targeted on flipping the script, I was privileged to be in an hangout event where we were able to talk about the specific area you're talking about. And truly, being an eve to the election, like the year was an eve to 2023 election in Nigeria, we tried to call the attention of aspirants to them being able to say, whatsoever you are doing, let it be something that is targeted along the lines of the SDGs, so that whatsoever you are doing will be globally seen, driven, and being able to meet up the social needs. Because what is government itself, if not for them to be able to provide social amenities to the people? And if you are saying providing social amenities to the people, both in education, ending poverty, ending hunger in the land, security issue where SDG 16, peace and justice and security issues is being itemized, then you have been able to consider the weather change, because we all have been affected. Now we are in rainy season in this part of Nigeria right now, and flooding has started. So here is climate change SDG 13 that talks about these things. And when there are issues, flooding, the government needs to take proactive actions to ensure that that doesn't keep occurring, right? Not until when it has occurred that you now start providing relief materials. No, let it be in your agenda from now. And I think that still boils down to us saying the type of leadership we are producing in our nation as it stands right now. That one is another big topic on its own when it comes to government and them being able to buy into these policies. Mind you, these SDGs did not just come into limelight like that without the government themselves, if I should put it that way, in the sense that this has been through the United Nations, which, let me give, Nigeria is part of the United Nations, and all leaders were being called, seated down, then in the days of the Millennium Goals, to see how they can know the problem across each countries, where they were able to bottle everything together to form a 17, to now break it down in 2015 as 17 goals for us. And so for anybody now coming in to hold such offices should be able to, like, let's key into this and use it as our driving to achieving our mandate for our people, that our people
And that was Bolutife Adekoya talking about how the role of the Nigerian youth in closing the gaps of social exclusion when it has to do with sustainable developmental goals. All right, still on Abuja, we had this discussion too that came up on internship policy. NYSC rejects HND graduates at orientation camps, and we had our guest Bilal Aliyu coming to the studio to talk to us about this topic. Please take a listen.
Fine morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. I am Godwin Sunday. Now this morning we'll be talking about the internship policy where the NYC rejects HND graduates at orientation camps without industrial training certifications. And joining me in this conversation is Bilal Aliyu, who is a public affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Bilal.
It's my pleasure, Michael.
Okay, Godwin.
Godwin, yeah.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. What do you make of this policy by NYSC, where if HMD graduates don't go for their one-year training, IT training, and get certification for the industrial trainings, they won't be allowed to serve? Because we just saw the last couple of days in the orientation camp, they were sent back home. What do you make of this development?
Well, first of all, I feel that shouldn't really be a priority, because there's been a deficit in our educational system today. You know, in the sense that it's being rigid, and the people frontline in the educational sectors are being conservative about, the policies that, guide the educational sector today. Well, we all know that the polytechnic students go through industrial attachment twice, on the first during the OND. The first year they go for 3 months, serious. That after the OND, then they proceed to go for the mandatory 1-year industrial attachments before proceeding for their HND. But we tend to find out that a lot of people don't partake in the 1-year mandatory internship. I think last month ago the NYSC came out with a circular, which stated that any PCM, prospective core members who doesn't possess that certificate of completion of the 1-year mandatory internship wouldn't be registered in the camp. Well, actually, we shouldn't just bring this whole situation to only polytechnic students, university students too, because we all know that polytechnic students are more ready for the labor markets, are well prepared, and they have the technical skills that would enable them thrive in the labor markets. That's one of the advantages that they have over students who go to the normal conventional universities. And the universities today, some people don't, some courses don't require any form of internship. It's more of the technical ones, and which is just 6 months. And we know that the polytechnic students are more productive because going to the polytechnic, it's more of a practical based form of educational system, which the university system doesn't have at all. So I feel this shouldn't be a priority yet. What they should look at is to review the educational policy of the country and see how they can bridge the gaps in the educational sector today.
All right. So Bilal, it has become like a popular question everywhere where people ask the salient question of are Nigerians youth being penalized by the government? Look at the NYSC policy right now of to polytechnic students. They've suffered some form of degradation when it has to do with result classifications in the country. There was a time where if you have NYSC, if you have HND, you've been ridiculed as though you didn't even have, it's not equivalent to a degree. And right now they're being thrown through this. Is this a direct target? Is this whole activity aimed at punishing the Nigerian youth, or is aimed at further degrading polytechnics? Let's look at it from this light.
As I said earlier, it's more of the policies being implemented by the people frontlining the educational sector, which is very, very insensitive. Because there is more of a skill qualification framework whereby for you to possess an equivalent of a bachelor's degree, you have to go through other forms of educational institution like the vocational. We have the normal academic schools. Then we now have the vocational form of education, because most times there are people that are just born naturally blessed with skills and anything that has to do with crafts and all. And looking at the Nigerian economy today, we don't just need people who go to conventional universities. We need skills that could be that to enable us address national issues, because in the country today there is a whole lot of the gaps in the skill and craft sector today. And the issues between the BSc holders and the HND holders needs to be addressed, because there's a form of stigmatization on the on the holders of HND, qualification. Because when you go to the labor market, what the labor market needs, it's the people with the, required skills to enable their organizations like solve problems which the universities don't have. In an advanced world today, they even more like consider people with vocational skills, that's like polytechnic certificate holder markets, because they know it is strictly practical based. So in this case now, I feel the government needs to review the educational sector. We need more of like vocational education, because when you look at we graduating, people from the universities undergoing undergoing courses like computer science, mechanical engineering, and whereby when you take them to the field, they don't have or possess what it takes to deliver in the labor market. That's why most of our students, citizens, when they go out to the foreign countries in search of greener pastures, their certificates are being rendered useless, because they don't have what it takes to partake in the labor market. So I feel we have to review the educational system. You can't just be running a curriculum for the past 20 years without having a review about it, because right now the educational, we're in a knowledge economy. The educational sector today needs, it's more of like the tech world, whereby every year or every two years you have different technologies, and different, and trends and all that you have to like adopt, or else you'll be,
obsolete,
kicked out of the markets. So that's the situations that these are the issues that we are facing. It's just like a Nigerian student going to study computer science in the university. It's just more of like if a student doesn't like tend to like go out for like professional courses with maybe training institutes like the NIT, the New Horizons, Uptech, and all for self-development, it will be as if you're just like wasting the whole 4 years of your life, because the curriculums are outdated. We are seeing new technologies today, like the Python, C++, the artificial intelligence. But a Nigerian student in the university is still being taught Fortran and COBOL, which are like first generational programming language that can solve any problems in this third world. You see maybe a 70-year-old professor who is like administering lectures to students based on this what do they call it, old programming, to languages. And in that case, when they go to the labor market, they're unable to deliver, because the tech industry keeps, it's dynamic. It's not static. It keeps changing, new technology. So you have to keep, to the latest trends. And another thing again is that our academics, like the professors and the lecturers, don't go for trainings. Like they don't train and retrain themselves to be ahead of the time. I know, and most of the research that they keep doing are obsolete. The research that don't provide solutions to real world problems. That's why in most cases you tend to find out that most Nigerian professors present or propose issue out proposals for research grants, and they are being torn down because they don't. The essence of a research is to find solutions to a problem, but the contents of their research is being based on like finding solutions to archaic problems that we don't need.
So Bilal, invariably you say that this policy is not targeted at further deteriorating and expanding the scope and the gap that exists between the government and the Nigerian youths.
Well, actually, the issue here is that we just need to have like a review
of the policy,
of the educational policy, because the people frontlining the educational sector today are static. They are not ready to like upgrade themselves, go out for, refresher courses, to keep abreast of the latest, trends and global technologies. Just like, for example, now, you go into a Nigerian university, there are no projectors like for, you see a professor coming into the classroom, writing codes on the boards, instead of like having a projector where you can like, practicalize, the whole thing for them to be able to like.
All right, sorry for cutting you at this point, but parents are asking at this point, who should be responsible for this whole razzmatazz, if you like to use that word, this whole jamboree of students arriving at orientation campgrounds and they are not given access because they don't have their 1 year IT certification? Should we blame the school? Should we blame the parents? Or should we blame the students or the graduates at this point in time? This conversation borders on three people. Should we be blaming the school? Shouldn't the school do some form of homework to ensure that before students begin to proceed to NYC orientation camp, they should have some form of the head should roll, somebody should be able to take this blame. So who should we channel this to? So one is curious. It is a public issue of like people coming to Kuba orientation camp here, and they were denied access. Who should be held responsible for this in system deficit or this let's see this lapses that has sprung forth?
Well, actually, this whole thing revolves like so the parties involved in this, because first of all, university students are giving more. They give more preference to value. University students are more valued than polytechnic students.
But this case is a polytechnic student issue. So
yeah. No, I'm going to let me learn. So looking at this situation now, a university degree takes 4 years. Some courses, depending on the courses, like a minimum of 4 years, and a polytechnic, the OND is 2 years, and the HND is an extra 2 years, making it 4 years. Then you now have a 1 year internship. When you look at it, it's not fair on the polytechnic students. It means that they're undergoing the training for 5 years, and their qualifications is not equivalent to a bachelor's degree. It's not really fair at all. I feel the government needs to review this whole, because someone with a HND can't go or proceed for a master's degree. So you have to go to the PGD.
So the government should take responsibility for these lapses.
Yes, they are
so
part of the crisis.
NYC is at fault for students leaving their houses and knowing fully well that they didn't have the required certification and coming to orientation camp, and now they are being sent back home. Or the students should be able to be should be indifferent in this situation.
As I said earlier, it's the whole fault, revolves within the parties, and there's the parents, the universities. Okay, you've done your OND, and you're proceeding to your HND. Why admit students into HND programs whereby they don't have certificate of completion of their 1 year mandatory internship? This is the schools too are part of the problems, and the government is also part of the problems.
Okay, so
and also the students.
It's a shared blame game.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
All right, let's move on, Bilal, at this point. A lot of persons will say that right now with this policy by the government, which is not necessarily targeted at the polytechnic, just to give them a form of a standard, by these and other things and the policy that the NYC have put up lately, including the non-implementation of the minimum wage, like the director came out to say that they're not going to implement the minimum wage. They've not gotten to that level. Looking at all of this, and again, looking at the fact that a lot of people have lost their lives in the course of serving Nigeria, their motherland. Should we at this point say that the NYC has overstayed its welcome across the country? Looking at it from the advantage it has so far, have we achieved enough in national unity to say that NYC have achieved its aim? Or should we say that it's just a policy failure right now? That's why it's like this. You're a public affairs analyst, and I know that you have in-depth knowledge on these things. Of course, I'm a journalist, so you educate me on this.
Well, we all know that NYC was established immediately after the Civil War, and with the sole aim of like national integration, you know, over the years, because the Civil War was caused by, you know, hate speech, you know, religious bigotry, and those are the things that fueled the, you know, the Civil War. And in that sense, there was no form of regional integration. Someone living from the north will hardly travel to the south in order to see what the country looks like. But, you know, with the establishment of the NYC has like given it a chance to, you know, graduates to experience, you know, what the country like, you know, looks like, because Nigeria is a very diverse nation, but we still, this hasn't, you know, helped in, you know, improving regional integration and in the country today. You know, we still see issues of like, you know, hate speech, religious bigotry, and all. So in this case, instead of scrapping the National Youth Service scheme, they need to reform the National Youth Service in this case, whereby they allocate more funds into the scheme. They have to, like, you know, review the policy. You know, I know when you go to like most you find out that most corpers are being trained in the camp. It's just 21 days. Like they have what they call the Said, whereby they teach people on craft skills in order for them to be self-independent after their service year. But 21 days is not enough for you to, like, you know, acquire, you know, or learn a craft. So in this sense, they need to like review the program and strengthen the scheme so that it will be effective. It will be able to, you know, encourage regional integrations and also skill acquisition, because most of the skill acquisition centers that they have are not even well, you know, funded. There are no equipment, no resources for them to, like, you know, administer these trainings. And in that case, in some cases, even some court members have to even pay that by the time they're out of camp, when they go to their respective, you know, place of primary assignments within that locality. Some are, you know, trying to look out for such skill acquisition centers partnered with NYC. Some have to like pay from their own pockets, you know. So in this case, the program needs to be reviewed. In that sense, in order to, because in this country, what we need to look at right now is skills. What the young people need is skills. It's not really, you know, white collar jobs, because we don't even have enough industries to accommodate most of, you know, the graduates in there. Most of the industries are like companies and multinationals are moving out of the country and going to neighboring countries like Ghana, and in this case, we tend to find out that it increases the rate of unemployment. So we are more focused on those issues of white collar jobs. So the main thing that we need right now is for the government to invest in skills.
All right. So Bilal, I asked that question in order to ask this one as a follow-up question to that. People are agitated that if the polytechnic students are getting an unfair treatment, they should be allowed to, some form of service corps should be developed for them differently, that distinguishes them from the university, so that they will be able to also meet up with their own timing. Because after the C-West, you now come and do your industrial attachment, the timing is a little bit, the gap is wide. So in order for them to bridge that gap, polytechnic students should be given an opportunity to do their own thing and their own service. So invariably, polytechnic students are calling for a lot of things, demanding for a lot right now. So I'm asking right now, Bilal, again, for the second time, looking at the NYSC and its generality, should we be talking about another NYSC campground for Polytechnic and a separate one for university students? Should that be a conversation that should take a national debate?
You know, looking at creating another scheme for the Polytechnic students, it's not a priority. What the governments need to do, they need to, make a policy whereby they've been pushing for this, but it's not, prospering at all. They have to, make sure that the Polytechnic graduates and the university graduates are equal. You get, when you go to advanced countries, I don't know, we don't do more of like, educational exchange, programs. We don't look at some of our foreign counterparts like Finland and the UK, When you go to the UK, for example, for you to be a graduate, you don't necessarily need to have a bachelor's degree. You can go, you have a HND and also progress to maybe a master's program or the PGD. And there are also professional qualifications too. Like when you look at ACCA, for example, which is like one of the world's foremost accounting regulatory body. Once you have an ACCA certification, it's equivalent, to a degree, and with that you can proceed, to having a PGD and also an MSc. In those days, even here in Nigeria, most of our grandparents were opportune to like travel out of the country to acquire foreign education. Some had to like go through what they call the city and guilds. It's in levels. The city and guilds have qualification framework where there is one that is equivalent to a school side, an SSE, even a diploma, and also a HND, and even a master's too. So they go through this. They don't go to the conventional universities. They go through maybe the city and guilds, training to acquire the skills because they are more technical than the universities, and it makes it equivalent, because such qualifications like equivalent to a holder of a bachelor's degree. Because when you look at someone going to a conventional university or maybe going up to an MSc and all, it's more of like an academic qualification. But this is, looking at the ACCA, City and Guilds are known to be professional qualifications which are equivalent to, the university degrees, because someone with a professional qualification is going into a technical field, to enable him solve problems, for it could be for his organization or maybe for his own personal, business. But here in this part of the world, we are solely dependent on the conventional, like academic education. After your high school, you go straight to the university to get a degree. We value, degrees way better than, technical and professional skills. So I feel that's where the areas where the government needs to look at. We need to invest more on skills, in order to, enables of us like integrates the economies and make the country way better.
Well, Bilal, I wanted to take you up again on this other issue of converting NYSC students can be converted. NYSC core members can be converted to serve in the Nigerian army since we do the endurance trek. So I should feel that we should be able to, at least to a certain level, convert the core members to various military wing and paramilitary. I want us to talk about the structures of the NYC, but I've been signaled right now that we have to go. Probably we'll do this again, talking about public issues that borders on public concern, Bilal. So I want to say at this point, thank you so much for being a part of Signature Morning, Bilal.
It's my pleasure, Michael.
All right, we'll get into that conversation, but definitely not today. Well, viewers, this is how far we can go this morning on Signature Morning. I believe so much that the government is watching right now, and proactive steps are being taken to ensure that both the Nigerian universities and that of the Polytechnic certifications are regulated in such a way that even in the NYC orientation programs, a lot of modalities can be put to also try to rejig the system, just like Bill have said. Well, this is how far we can roll. I'll return you right now back to our ENUGU studio for more updates on Signature Morning.
And that was our guest, Bilial Aliyu, having this discussion with Signature TV Abuja correspondent Godwin Sunday on the controversies surrounding the internship policy as NYSC rejects HND graduates from orientation camps. So moving on, we still have another interesting topic of discussion, local government autonomy. The journey so far, we had a guest, person of Shola Afuye, coming to the studio to discuss this matter with Godwin Sunday. Take a listen.
Within Nigeria, how far have we gone with this conversation? Have we been able to address the pressing issue that borders on local government autonomy? Have local government actually gotten an autonomy in the real sense of the word autonomy? Well, this is my way of saying welcome to Signature Morning. Here with me, I am Godwin Sunday, and with me in the studio to discuss this issue on local government autonomy and the way forward is a political analyst who happens to be Shola Afuye, and he'll be helping us to put these conversations in perspective. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Shola.
Thank you very much. It's good to be on your program this morning.
All right, thank you so much for honoring our invitation.
Yeah.
All right, so let's delve into it. The issues of around local government autonomy. How far have we gone so far? Have we really, as local government, been automized, if you like to use that word?
Yeah, I actually love your build-up. You mentioned some certain words that are so germane to this discussion, like crucial. It has been so crucial and difficult for local government to strive under the Nigeria context. If we say we borrow this system of government from our colonial masters, we further by trying to learn how democracy works in America, we realize it is not wrong in the first place for us to have a tier of government that includes the local government. You know, local government, we can continue to talk about the importance, the quality of what local government stands for. We can continue to talk about it. The more we are talking about it, we have millions of reasons why it's not functioning in Nigeria. That is where the problem is. Over time, local government has always been a tier of government that every constitution of the Nigerian government has been dealing with from time to time. We have had many series of reforms.
Yeah.
Far back 1960, up to date. And every reform you see in local government administration has not said anything about let's remove this tier of government. But they have been unable to find solution to reason why local government is not functioning the way it is.
What do you mean by that?
Look, local government as an agent of transformation ought to have been well positioned for quality, efficient service delivery. But you're beginning to look at why it's not functioning the way it should be functioning. When you say a particular tier of government is in position to take off burdens from the government at the center, giving them with the responsibility to take care of the people at the local government, at the grassroots, speak to them in the language they best understand, solve the problem within the locality, take away the burden, and to the extent, if you look into all the reforms about the local government administration has the power to generate revenue, make expenditure, make bylaws. It is the entire whole body of government, the replica of the federal government through their elected members. But you know, political or governance in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, will not do something in such a way it will work because of selfish interest.
Well, yeah.
Let me land on this thought.
All right, please.
When people are saying autonomy, we are talking about local government autonomy as if it's a strange word. Autonomy has always been there, the way it is created by the law and by looking at the series of reforms up to date, even though to the level of the 1999 constitution that gave birth to this present Fourth Republic we are operating presently. But what happened immediately this particular under this Fourth Republic? What happened to the local government? That should have been our question. We should not be talking about autonomy as if it's alien. We should not be talking like autonomy as if we are doing the local government a favor. The autonomy has always been there. But Nigerian politicians are so cruel against the people, against their own people. Because if you say local government, politics is local. That means the same president of the country, the governor of the state, they all belong to a particular place, which is local.
All right, Shola, let's even talk. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has come out to say that going forward, local government will begin to enjoy from the government coffers. So no more giving the government, the state government who's now shared to the local government. Let's talk about the financial aspect of the local government. So do you agree with that the local government are not prudent enough? That was why state government were saddled with that responsibility of sponsoring or giving the local government some form of finance, so that the local government can stay afloat. Is it due to the fact? Let's take it from the historical perspective before we move further.
The question is, how many people, how many governments in this country under different governments has been held responsible for not obeying the law? Law is the constitution of this country is the non-grown. Without the constitution of this country, this country will not be in existence. It's the same law, the same constitution that says for us to manage the financial affair of local government, to supervise, because the same constitution gave a supervisory role over the government, over the local government to the state. And for prudency, for accountability, let the local government money to bring in discipline, financial discipline, let the local government money be paid into the joint account that is referred to as JAC for onward distribution to the local government. There is still the same joint account allocation account in this country whereby the federal government receive money on behalf of the state units, and the same money is given to the state. The federal government has never held on to the government, to the money of the state government. The same money of the local government is being paid into the same joint account that the state government is supervising. Are you getting me? Why are they not releasing the fund? That means it's a matter of law. But the same constitution in 1999, let me say this, that allow the local government to live, to strive, to be independent when it comes to their expenditure, their revenue, to make bylaw, still go by giving power to the state assembly to enact law on how the local government is regulated in the same 99 constitution. Let me read out for clarity's sake. He said, okay, where is it? He said, in order to give them legitimacy to control revenue accruing to local government, states are required to make laws that regulate the operation of joint allocation account committee. Some states enacted law through their state assembly. They enact to make law, that means to enact law. You understand? To make deduction.
Which section is that? Sorry.
Section 7, subsection 3 and 2 of 99 Constitution.
As amended.
As amended. Says the same law that empowers the states, order the states to release the money in the same joint account to the local government. The same law gave a power to the state house assembly to still make another law. Now, you look at this. He said to enact law to give them power to make law on how to make deduction in the same joint account. So some states now went further by making laws empowering the state governor to make some deductions
from the local government.
From the local government account.
All right.
So you now see where the problem is. That the local government that ought to have been enjoying their due allocation from the state, federal government has obeyed their own law by paying the money into the state government joint account to the local government. But the same 99 Constitution empowers the states to play a supervisory role over the local government and empowering the state house of assembly to make law on how they can make deduction from the same account.
So invariably you're saying that there's a lacuna in the Nigerian Constitution, or I don't get
Yeah,
it.
I say look, when I heard the Supreme Court judgment, it baffles me when people play politics with everything. Going to Supreme Court is like going to reiterate what we already know. The Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has not done anything good, anything fantastic by going to the Supreme Court. They are just playing to gallery, feeling that let's do this and let us shift the people's focus from the federal government to the states, knowing fully well there's some provisions in the Constitution that has given the state government power to do all what they are doing. Look, I am not quoting this. That is why I feel like, let me read it. Then you will now know. He said, look, the local governments, he said that to make deduction from the same joint account at the detriment of the local government. Some states, the local government, after various deduction from the same joint allocation, left with the money for operational costs, payment of staff salary. Some of these deductions include for the payment of primary school teachers' salaries, 1% training deduction given to the local government, service commission, deduction of a lot of shenanigans. Some states even go into the local government to deduct money to pay the royal fathers. Some states make deductions from the local government account to pay the wife of the sitting governor. Some states even make laws to make deduction to pay some political bigwig in the local government. Because the Constitution of the 1999 has allowed, empowered the state to make laws to make deduction from the joint account.
All right, so I saw that section in the Constitution. That's why I was asking. Primarily, was it that the local governments were not prudent enough? That was why this section was introduced as a way of managing the local government. But that is to give us an historical angle to the conversation. Now, let's talk about the local government as it stands right now. They are enjoying full autonomy as enshrined in the constitution. Hold on. What I mean by full autonomy right now.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending restructuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Too Funny. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. On the 28th of June, 2 young men were sent to prison in ENUGU. The interesting thing about one of those that was sent to prison was that just about a year ago, he had won election to represent Enugu South Urban constituency at the Enugu House of Assembly. For a lot of his admirers, his journey to prison started with winning that position and being sworn in to serve as a member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. How did Honorable Bright Ngene move from the assembly to prison? Why did one of his friends and a fellow indigene of Akukewani also end up in prison on the 28th of June, 2024. I have with me in the studio 2 gentlemen that will try to unravel, try to untwist this very complicated story in the studio with me. First is a former commissioner in Enugu State and a former member of the Enugu State House of Assembly. Sometimes is referred to as an elder statesman. Chief Lucky Chukwu. Chief Lucky, you're welcome to the Signature Show.
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo.
Also in the studio here is Chukwuemeka John Okereke, who is a lawyer and counsel to Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo, who both are now at the ENUGU Correctional Center. They have been sentenced to a total of 7 years each in prison, 4 years for stealing and 3 years for conspiracy. Gentlemen, this story has become so big in Nigeria today. There has been demonstrations across the country, especially in ENUGU, about this sentence that was given to these two gentlemen, especially the sentence given to Honorable Bright Ngene, who just until recently, when the court said they needed to go back and do a rerun of his election in 6 polling units in his state constituency, was a member of the ENUGU State House of Assembly. And now he is cooling his heels in prison. I'll start with you, Lucky Chukwu. Your party, LP, which sponsored Bright Ngene to the House of Assembly, is crying wolf. You say there's something wrong with this judgment, there's something wrong with the procedure, there's something wrong with the process. Would you take time and take us a little back about how this journey started for Bright Ngene from the House of Assembly to prison?
Thank you very much, V. Martin Silo. Like you said, the problem of Honorable Barrister Bright Ngene started the day he won his election into ENUGU State House of Assembly. Now, before then, there was a petition because there was crisis in our Akuke community. So, Honorable Bright Ngene was a secretary of a subcommittee. They were not privy to any of the parties. So, the two parties agreed that Bright's
The two parties, you mean?
The factions.
Okay, there was already a problem in the community.
There was already
and the community was divided into two groups.
They agreed that, in fact, a lien was placed on the account of the community. So there was this agreement that Bright Ngene should make his chamber's account available for the payment of toll that they collect from the sand. You know, Akuke is where tippers go to collect sand. So as they were collecting, they were paying into that account. The road so degenerated to a level that the community said, we must do something about that road. Money was lifted from that account for the construction or reconstruction of that road. When that money was taken away, I'm surprised. What the police wrote was 7-point-something million. But what was in the charge sheet is 15-point-something million. So apparently something is wrong somewhere. The police that investigated the matter came to the conclusion that it was 7-point-something million. But in the charge sheet, the amount was increased to 15 million. However, the petition was dated 2017 and was left in abeyance. No person talked about anything until Honorable Bright Ngene now won election into ENUGU State House of Assembly. They went and resurrected that petition, and it was charged to court. John Ewo was charged to court by association. He's very close to Bright Ngene. The matter was taken to the court of a retiring magistrate court, a retiring magistrate court, Chief A.O. Eze. So, upon the retirement of Eze, the matter was now sent to the court of ENUGU. The way ENUGU was handling that matter was so manifest that he is totally biased.
Okay, before we go to that, because for those details, I want to talk to his lawyer, who is also here in the studio. But before we go there, when Bright won, his victory was challenged in court.
Yes.
And I am aware that the court had ruled that election will be rerun in eight polling units in his federal constituency.
In one ward.
In one ward.
Yeah.
So what happened from that point? Because he had to leave the House of Assembly, or was he still in the House of Assembly?
He had to leave the State House of Assembly
to
in
go
obedience
to the
order of the tribunal.
Tribunal, okay.
Election Petition Tribunal. So they gave that order. If you look at the proceedings, or you were privy to the proceedings, there was no any way either of the panelists, the judges, with due respect to them, would have made any judgment in that matter. But because something has happened, they couldn't, so they decided, okay, let us order for a run in 8 polling units. The run was slated for 3rd June 2024 to be conducted by the resident electoral commissioner, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, and of course the electoral officer, ENUGU South Local Government Area, Francis Chibu. There were normal accreditations and all the rest of them who were there. The senator representing Enugu Senatorial Zone, Sir Kevin Chukwu, was there. The member representing Enugu North and South Federal Constituency, Chimatu, was there. Then the member representing Enugu East and Isuzo Federal Constituency, Professor Namchi, was equally there. All the labor officials that have sympathy, including people that have sympathy for labor that were not members of the Labour Party, were there. So when they wanted to distribute the materials, we discovered to our greatest shock that the result sheet was not among the papers that were supposed to be distributed. We now ask, where is the result sheet?
So there was no result sheet?
There was no result sheet. And we insisted, if there is no result sheet, then there will be no election. That was the scenario. At around 2 p.m., he now called all the members of the political parties, party officials, and all the rest of them, and said that the election was being postponed. He was specifically asked, why are you postponing the election? He didn't give any answer to that. But something happened. The result sheet had already been taken away and result written in advance, just like what happened in Kogi State.
Did you see the result sheet that had been written?
I'm coming to that.
No, did you see the result sheet?
I didn't see the result sheet.
So what I'd like us to take away is that the result sheet was not available.
It was not available.
Yeah.
But if the results had not been written, they would have brought the result sheet back.
Okay, so you are suspecting that it may have been written.
Exactly. And because it has been written, there was no way they could smuggle it in.
That was the assumption.
That's my assumption, and that's correct. Because it happened in Kogi. Results were already written before the election, and they were announcing the result while election was going on. Now, they said no date for the...
So the REC accepted that the election was not going to proceed.
Yes.
Because there was no
result
sheet. Good.
Then Brighton now, through his lawyer that is here with me, wrote a petition to the National INEC chairman, Professor Yakub Mahmood, detailing what happened. The resident electoral commissioner, Mr. Chukwuemeka Joseph Ike, and the EO, Enugu South Urban, they were asked to step aside.
By INEC National.
By INEC National. Given the evidence based on the petition and what transpired. So, the REC, Resident Electoral Commissioner for Anambra State, Mrs. Elizabeth Agu, was asked, together with her team, to come to Enugu on 14th of June to conduct the rerun.
What happened when they came?
When they came after accreditation, suddenly Chief Jim Mobodo surfaced and asked the woman to render the election inconclusive. The woman said, no, I won't take instruction from you. I'll take instruction from those who sent me from Abuja.
Who gave you this information?
I was there. No person gave me any information.
So when the woman said, I won't take instructions from you, what happened?
Now, Jim retorted in Igbo. MS going election. MSC election. So, translated into English, what are you people still waiting for? Election has been completed, and you people are here looking, moping. In fact, that incited members of the PDP.
Again, that's your assumption, that what he said incited them. That is your assumption.
That is my assumption.
Good.
Because immediately after that statement, they started destroying INEC materials. The PDP candidate, Honorable Samungene, personally was destroying the cubicles of INEC. He was caught on camera.
Do you have the video?
Yes. We have the electronic evidence.
You can present that
evidence. Yes.
You have to present the evidence.
It's all right.
Good.
So, when that thing now happened, the woman herself went into her vehicle. Police decided to protect her.
So the election did not continue?
The election, after accreditation, did not continue again.
Because of the violence?
Because of the perceived violence. There was no violence.
No, but you said they were destroying...
Of course, when he made that decision, they started destroying things, and the woman was still willing
to conduct
the election. So she waited patiently. Those talks refused to leave the scene. So the woman now decided that there will be no election after accreditation had taken place. So shortly after that, about 2 weeks after that event, the resident electoral commissioner of Enugu State, Chukwuemeka Joseph Chukwu, now called
the same man that the INEC chairman
asked to step aside
so that the Anambra REC can conduct.
Yes.
Came back again
with the same electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Francis Chibu. They now called all the political parties and the candidates, addressed them that the election was going to take place. So when they came out from that meeting, we did the analysis. Here is a man that could not produce the result sheet in the first election of 3rd June 2024 and was asked to step aside with the electoral officer for Enugu South local government, Mr. Francis Chibu. coming again to say that they are going to conduct an election. So we went home and analyzed the entire thing and decided to address the press. That this is a man that was asked to step aside with his EO. The same. When has he been rebaptized to come out?
Did the election take place eventually?
No, the election did not
Why
take
didn't
place.
it take place?
Because we said we don't want the man to come and conduct the
Did you
election.
petition INEC?
Yes.
And did INEC take action?
We were waiting for the reply of the INEC when the same man said that the election will not take place again.
So, so up till now, has the election taken place?
The election has not taken place because we refused and insisted that there must not be any election. One, the Election Petition Tribunal started sitting from May to September.
Okay.
When in their verdict, they said rerun must take place in 8 polling units in ENUGU South local government area. 90 days. Within 90 days,
not more
that
than,
INEC, and not more than 90 days, INEC must conduct an election within 90 days and not after 90 days. 90 days came and passed. 125 days came and passed. Look, we are not illiterates. We have the Electoral Act. As it stands now, any election conducted by INEC is null and void in respect of that state constituency.
Okay.
Because the result that came out when INEC conducted the first election was bright 5,862 votes. Mark my word, 5,862 votes. Samungen of PDP, 2,098 votes.
So what was the number of all the votes in the in the 8 polling stations?
I think about 4,000 plus.
Okay, so that was the vote in contention.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back there. Let me go to Barrister Okereke, who is also the lawyer for Bright Chukwuemeka Ngene and John Ewo. Let's talk about the legal processes which ended with the imprisonment of Bright and John. This matter was in 2017. Nothing happened between 2017 and probably 2023 or 2024. What brought back this matter?
Well, thank you, Martins. Just like my brother said, the political scene introduced another thing into the matter. As a lawyer, I read through the scripts, through the files. I saw the facts open. There was no case either in that file. That was why that case was like no case. Let me put your mind back. AOSA, who is now retired, His Worship is a chief magistrate. Transfer that matter to the admin magistrate, who transferred it to Emmanuel Dominic.
Why was it? Because he was retiring?
He retired.
So he transferred to the administrative.
Yes. Yes. Emmanuel Dominic was following this matter. There was no stress. The lawyers who were in that matter at that time did not complain until things started happening politically. It was Bright who told the magistrate that he has interest in politics. And the obvious bias started.
So why did he have to tell the magistrate
because
that he had
we
interest
are
in politics?
all lawyers. Onwu is a friendly man, he's a good man, he's a family man. Bright is a family man. I myself, we are lawyers. We are justices. To others who don't know law. So we have to move together. But that is not the issue. The major issue now is, how did the court conduct this case from that point?
Tell me, that's what I'm asking.
And that is what I'm
Because
trying to tell you.
You have addressed press conferences, you have granted interviews where you have accused EO on ED on the magistrate of bias.
Yes.
So that's why I want you to tell me why you concluded that is biased in this matter.
It was obvious. Obvious in the matter that when a matter is being handled and the magistrate steps into the arena all the time, the magistrate has an obvious interest in that matter.
That's a legal register.
Yes.
What do you mean when he steps into the arena?
Stepping into the arena is when, because a judge supposed to be an unbiased judge, because he
what
sits,
you mean is that when by stepping into the arena,
he
biased.
does not look left or right. He sees the law and sees the facts.
What are the facts, barrister?
Yes.
When you say he's biased, he stepped into the arena, what facts do you have? Can you tell me why, either in his conduct or in his process or in his procedure, what convinced you that he's biased and what you did about it?
Okay, let me tell you one thing. First of all, he asked the first defendant, whom I am representing, to go and kneel before the traditional rulers, even when the matter has not been heard. And when that was not done, his interests become obvious. And stepping into the arena, there are so many versions of it. When you come into the arena and take over the prosecution from the prosecutor. The judges don't do that. You allow the prosecutor to prove a case. And we are hammering...
You've not told me how he took over prosecution from the prosecutors. How did he do that?
Okay, let me not take you too far. In court, when a judge begins to ignore certain facts which ought to appear in the record, it is interest, manifest interest. And when the parties see that and petition to the chief judge of the state, who has a supervisory role upon the magistrate, that this is what is happening, and the judge, the chief judge, under his hand and seal, transfer the matter from the magistrate and say, do not do it again. Let another magistrate take over.
So you petitioned the chief judge when you saw the bias.
And the matter was transferred.
And the chief judge of the state transferred the matter to another judge.
By an order of 9th November 2022. The matter was transferred from ED to IM Mama.
So how did the matter now end again in ED Onwu's court where he gave the judgment? Since you said the chief judge had transferred the matter to Mama, what happened?
Martin, that's where we will begin to establish conspiracy.
Please do establish it now.
Yes, because
I need to have the facts.
If the court has actually transferred that matter to IM Mama, and IM Mama sat on that matter, plea was taken.
He did.
And hearing started.
He did.
Hearing commenced. And on the 10th day of November, IM Mama, in his wisdom and knowledge of law, said, there's no matter here in this case. Transfer it to multi-door courthouse for proper mediation. He has seen everything about the file. The matter was pending at the multi-door courthouse when another order from nowhere came, purportedly signed by the chief judge. I said no. If chief judge of Enugu State...
What was the order about?
The order now ordered that the matter be transferred to Court 5. The matter in Court 5, be transferred to ED on back again.
I want to be very clear because I'm getting a little confused.
All right.
The chief judge, after your petition, ordered
Yes.
that the matter be taken to Mama's court.
Yes.
And 10 days into the matter, even when Mama had directed that you go to the multi-door to look for how to resolve the matter,
Yes.
then an order came again from the same chief judge.
It's not 10 days. Martin, it is not 10 days. When the matter was transferred,
Yes.
that was 9th November 2022.
Good.
Now, another letter from NL Chijokabo, the deputy court registrar, the deputy chief registrar, High Court and Litigation,
Okay.
wrote another letter addressed to the third defendant, that is John Ewo, telling him that his application has been refused. The two letters, the one of NLC Abo, Tijoka Abo, denying that the application was refused, and another letter forwarding an order of the chief judge to IM became conflicting.
So,
Yes.
so when you saw these conflicting orders,
It was brought back to the knowledge of the chief judge.
How did you do that?
By presenting it through another
letter
write-up
to the chief judge.
to the chief
So
judge.
when you got your letter to the chief judge saying that you're getting confused with the conflicting memos or orders coming from the same source, what did the chief judge do?
Another order of the 6th June 2023 was made.
By the chief judge?
Restating that the transfer to IM Mama subsists, and that the order of 9th November is still enforced by the order of 6th June.
So what now went wrong? Then if it was back...
After all this, that was when the hearing commenced in Ifeanyi Mama's court.
Where he now decided that you guys should go for
To
mediation.
transfer to multi-door.
So at what point did you have another order now taking the case back to
By 2023 December, another order emerged that the matter be transferred back to ED
from the chief judge?
From the chief judge. Purportedly, because I doubted it, that though the chief judge has right at all times to transfer cases.
Did you approach the chief judge or did you petition at this time?
I now put up a letter in form of petition. I just mellowed it down and said the title, Request for Direction.
And what did he direct? The chief judge, when he got your letter, what did he direct?
Nothing happened. We were not directed either.
When nothing happened, what did you do?
I wrote again because the court continued. Even when I brought the letter to the notice of the magistrate court, that I wrote a letter against you before the chief judge, that the way you are conducting this matter is not following the procedure. We are laying dangerous precedents before the people. Then he continued, and at this time he started to adjourn the matter more regular than before. I now wrote a letter, another one to the chief judge, which I served through courier service, that there is lawlessness and abuse of office in the magistrate court where I represent the first defendant.
And what did the chief judge do?
And nothing happened.
When nothing happened, were you helpless?
Yes, I was. But I remembered that in 2023, May 23rd, that we filed an application, ex parte motion, seeking for the leave of court to apply for judicial review of the activities of these judicial officers who are going beyond the law. When I now moved that motion on 25th of May 2024, a year after, I expected, and when I moved that motion, it was in the open court, and the judge, with all due respect, gave an order giving us leave to apply for judicial review and prohibiting the magistrate, the chief magistrate, from continuing on the matter.
Which court gave you this judgment?
Court 1, ENUGU State.
Okay.
Presided over by A.O. Onovo.
Okay.
High Court.
High Court. When I got this order, I came to court. I announced it to the magistrate. He said until he sees the order. I went back. The following adjournment, which is the following day, because we have started adjourning on daily basis. I could not get the order. I applied for certified true copy of the record of the court where that order was given. I got a certified true copy and I served it to the court. I said, look at where the order was given. While we are waiting for the order, look at the order was given. Actually, it's not a makeup. Now, he said, until he sees the order.
So eventually you got the certified copy?
I served.
You served the judge? I mean the magistrate?
I served the magistrate in the court and I served to the prosecutor. Unfortunately, that order never saw the light of the day because when I approached the registrar of the court, he said, it is typed, but there are some errors until the presiding judge corrects it, that I should come the next day. The next day, I was informed that the file has been removed.
From
court 1 to nowhere.
So did you look for the file?
I asked for the file in the office.
Did you find the file?
No. Because the court clerk told me that file was taken by the deputy chief registrar, N.L. Chijioke Abo, to his own office, to her own office. And what happened is that I waited for the order. That order was made in the open court. I expect to get that order.
So eventually, did you get the order?
Because we don't
have all the time.
I don't get the order. I didn't.
So what happened?
What happened is the story with the judiciary and judicial workers. Because...
No, what I mean is when you didn't get the...
order.
Yes, to serve.
Yes.
The magistrate who was telling you that he needed to see the document.
Yes.
What how did you move ahead with the case?
I now filed a motion against him. I said, because of all these your comments, all these your acts, attitudes, and breach to the law, it is time for you to recuse yourself of this matter. Allow this another magistrate to take care of this case.
Did he agree?
That was the matter we adjourned for motion for 28th of June. And that was the day the motion was moved. But eventually, it came to me that the order which I was waiting for has been vacated. I wasn't there. No notice. This order that was given in the open court was vacated. Even
Outside the court.
Without the party, without anybody knowing about it. When we now came back, unfortunately, the first thing the prosecutor served me was a certified true copy of the record of court where the other was vacated.
But you were not informed in any way as the
informed.
lawyer that was represented. Okay.
I now said, you have to recuse yourself, please, because you have done much.
You were telling the magistrate.
And I put it in form of motion.
And he refused.
And we now adjourn to move my motion because they needed to react. He himself, as the magistrate who has been made a party to the case, ought to have filed a counter affidavit.
So when
against all the allegations I have made against him.
So when this was not going the way you wanted, did you continue with the matter, or did you petition the chief judge again, or what did you do at that time?
At the moment where that lawlessness was not controlled by the chief judge, we are constrained to seek redress at the higher level. We now wrote a petition to NJC, National Judicial Council.
What were you asking the Judicial Council to do?
I asked that they intervene, that my client is going to be convicted unjustly. That's my prayer, and sole prayer too.
Did they intervene? Did they stop the process?
They wrote to me that my petition is taken care of, that they eventually will see to it, and I agreed. Because there are other processes they have to take. I am not holding their brief. But when I came back to ENUGU, I now served my petition to the magistrate. I said, I wrote against you to the NJC. It is better we do not preempt or do anything prejudicial, so that when the NJC steps in, they make their findings. He said he will not receive it.
He refused to?
He refused to collect it. Okay. Then we went and served the chief judge in his office. They collected it. When we now told the NJC secretary, look at what was going on, he said, serve him in any way. We dropped it in his court. And the bailiff swore to an affidavit of service. And we forwarded those affidavit of service back to NJC.
So did he now stop?
He did not stop.
Okay, let me bring...
Because that's why we said there was obvious bias. He was bent on running a script. He could not stop.
What was the script?
The script, political.
Okay, since it's political, let me come to the politician. Chief Lucky. Okay. So, I mean, it was like the lawyer had come to a dead end, kind of. So what happened at that point?
Well, what happened at that point was I had to grant an interview to Arise Television. And they explained the details of what happened. One, PDP wanted Brighton to cross over from Labour Party to PDP. He refused.
Do you have
Yes, I have it.
Do you have evidence?
Of course. Even the day he told me that he was going to meet with the governor and that an arrangement has been made so that he will go there. I said, you can go and see the governor. He's the governor of the state. But I told him, be very careful.
Did he see the governor?
Eventually, he didn't see the governor. So, he didn't know that they were applying delay tactics. to hit at him. So all these make-up stories was to, you know, whatever action he wants to take, he will drop it. I said, Bright, be very careful. You know what shocked me? On 27th, 7 hillocks filled by armed mobile policemen with double magazines. 8 Sienna with security men. Just over this particular.
Do we have a video?
Of course, there is. We'll make it available to you. You see, I saw that last in a governorship petition tribunal, where the tribunal was going to give their last judgment.
So on this day that you had all the security, heightened security, that was also a day of one of the sittings of
Yes.
Magistrate Omu.
Yes.
So,
in fact, after 27th, he now adjourned to 28 and said that the 2 defendants should come to court by 12 noon. I called John Ewo and Bright. I said, be ready to go to prison. Now, this man has finished writing his judgment.
was it just by hindsight, or was
No. The way the matter was going, it was very clear. Even that day he gave the judgment, he said his hands were tied in open court. In open court.
Okay, Lucky, I would go back to the lawyer. So tell me what happened on the 27th and 28th. We don't have time.
Yes.
We need to be really...
Prior to 27th,
Yes.
they have already scheduled for an election, for that rerun, on a Saturday. We had a matter on Wednesday. And my client, the first defendant, must attend to a meeting of the INEC. I begged the court to grant him leave to go and attend that matter at that meeting. That was what started the fast lane. Now, when that leave was granted, he now said that the matter must continue. I said, can the matter continue in the absence of the first defendant? Let us adjourn, and if possible, vacate the Friday so that we enable them to participate in the Saturday election. After the election, we'll continue. He said, if that is the case, it is better to call Bright back. Bright, the first defendant has gone far. They sent a pregnant woman to go and call him back. He was invited back. When he come back to the court, it was argued again. It was getting late in the night. That was when the court now said it has to be on 27th. On 27th, we were first going to take motion. And that motion was that the Akuke and the Akuku One people wrote a letter as nominal complainants in the matter that they want to withdraw. If it's a sin that their son has committed, they are ready to forgive him. That they should. The court now ruled and said, no, you cannot withdraw.
Why?
Reason best known to him.
He didn't give any reason for refusing.
He said it's only the Attorney General that can grant such leave to withdraw. We lawyers, we said no. That a nominal complainant has right to withdraw his matter or withdraw his evidence or even say, I no longer wish to prosecute. It was overruled. Now, we quickly adjourned to 28 for motion. Motion to recuse yourself. Motion to recall the third witness that was wrongly foreclosed. And these two motions were moved on 28. And the court insisted on ruling. Even when there was a serious argument, you ought not to be a judge in your own case. These affidavits were against you. I mentioned your name severally, accusing and alleging a lot of bias upon you that you ought to file a counter affidavit. You did not file anything. The prosecution filed just a flimsy something. The court insisted to rule on it. Why not transfer this motion to another court to judge over you? You are sitting as a judge.
So the magistrate ignored the motion.
Ruled against the motion, overruled it.
And did what?
And said he has power to continue. Then, the counsel to the third defendant rose and said, my client was wrongly foreclosed, that he was the town union chairman who set up the committee where the first defendant was a secretary. That his evidence could have afforded the court first-hand information on why money was transacted in the first place. Because it was his order, the third defendant as the town union chairman,
president,
that ordered for any money to be paid into any account. Even not only the
the judge refused.
He refused.
And went ahead with the judgment.
We did not adjourn for judgment. Even before judgment, we ought to address court. Address, final address is a constitutional right. Even if you did not give evidence, you're supposed to, and you have the right to address court.
Did you request to address the court?
It is a matter of routine. We requested, we were in court, we are ready.
And he refused.
All we ask is, please, like myself, representing the first defendant, I took over this matter halfway. I showed the court my application for the certified true record of court, so that I can now have a full idea of what I will address court on. I showed it to court. Court said, if you cannot address me now, forget it. He now called the third defendant and said that his lawyer should address him. In the end, nobody addressed the court. First defendant, third defendant, prosecution, nobody addressed the court.
And the judge gave his judgment.
He knocked on the table and said, this matter must end today. This matter must end today. And now opened his file and brought out already made judgment. Even if we had addressed court orally, the judgment was already there.
Okay, so he read his judgment. Of course, it's open. He sentenced your client and his friend to 7 years imprisonment.
Yes.
4 years for stealing, 3 years for conspiracy.
Yes.
We have less than 5 minutes.
Yes.
So where do we go from here? What happens? Will Bright, who is supposed to be contesting his position at the tribunal or wherever, or going for re-election or rerun, or refusing not to go, will he continue to be in prison for 7 years? As their lawyer, what are you doing, or what constitutional rights does he have moving forward?
Well, removing politics from it, ENUGU State Judiciary is still a dependable justice institution. I, as the counsel for the first defendant, must, and I have, applied to the same court for bail pending appeal. It is a constitutional right that so long as they were coming to court religiously and has never failed to appear in court until their judgment,
so you have appealed for,
they are entitled to bail pending appeal. Then on the errors of judgment and what has happened, transpired in the judgment, there must be an appeal against the conviction.
So are you going to appeal?
We have already appealed. We have already filed our appeal.
Okay.
Yes,
you have the last word. Politically, looking at all this, what's the way forward? What's your party doing about this?
Well, my party, they are doing a lot. V. Martin, my elder brother, Elder Barrister Ibo Chukwuowele, was assassinated because of the type of politics we play in Nkano land. He's an Amade, he's an Odenibo. I was expecting Solomon Lai is dead, Sam Mbakwe is dead, Abubakar Adimi is dead, Goni of Borno State is dead. We thank God that Chief Jim Nwoboro is still alive. We are thinking that Chief Jim Nwoboro, as a foremost politician and a man we regard as our father, who was governor when we were with old Anambra State, will call his children together and not take sides. The day Igbo was killed, right inside behind his backyard, till date, Jim never issued any statement condemning the killing of my senior brother and the burning of the corpse. It is unfortunate that Jim will come to the level of House of Assembly to come and take side. Let me warn. They've killed Owele, my brother. We are still looking for those that killed him. But Jim, he will face the judgment of God.
It's okay. Jim is not here, so we won't let you. I must.
Finally, V. Martins.
In one word.
Yes.
Please, we are out of time.
We are going to get judgment.
Okay.
But Nigerians should watch it. If INEC cannot conduct election in 8 polling units, how will they conduct election in Edo and Ondo?
Okay, gentlemen, I must thank you for your time. We may be bringing you back to the studio because this is a continuing story, it's a developing story. We may bring you back. I want to thank you, Lucky Chukwu, for your time, former commissioner and former member of the ENUGU State House of Assembly. Chukwuemeka John Okereke, lawyer, and counsel to Bright, and John Ewo. I must thank you. And you'll be watching The Signature Show. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from ENUGU, Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
very, very difficult. Person like me now, I have to trek all the way from where I'm coming from. Before I get cash, it's very difficult. I have to just trek. If you meet some of these POS people, they will even charge you more than what you're expecting. So, how much am I getting? How much am I going to pay for POS? Before you even pay transfer, go to a bank. Very, very difficult to get cash nowadays. Government should set up a task force that go to all these banks. All these banks they are the one that hold this that hold money. The thing they don't want to release the money. I think there's money inside banks, so the government should set up a task force so that they can go to all these banks. I think I just read VMont last week ago that they should report the bank, any bank that don't want to release bank. I think they should set a task force that can they can do something about it.
It has been affecting me mostly in most of the transactions I carry out on a daily basis. Now, most of those transactions I use cash for. I usually do transfer. And not only doing that transfer that is the matter, a lot of charges attached to it. And you getting the cash, the amount you pay to get like 5,000 before, you pay like 100 naira, but now it is more than that. I think one of the ways government needs to look at it is that when it comes to withdrawal limits, they should increase the withdrawal limit across the counter, because normally, if I stand to be corrected, maybe the weekly withdrawal limit for an individual is 100,000 across the counter in the bank. If they can increase it to 200,000 or more, it will be better to ease the problem of cash scarcity in this country.
Yeah, the scarcity of cash, to me, it doesn't affect me because I prefer going cashless. I don't go around with cash. I prefer going around with my ATM card, and I have my bank apps on my phone, so I can easily make a transfer. Even if there is no network, I can still use my USSD code to make my transfer. So I prefer going around.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Appeal Court sets aside order restraining release of funds to Rivers State. Tinubu appoints Nwakuche Ndidi as Acting Comptroller General of Prisons. Satellite images show Russia packing up military equipment at base in Syria. And Syrian clerics in former Assad stronghold call for national unity and democracy. Details in a moment. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Nwakuche Ndidi as the Acting Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service. In a statement released on Friday, the Secretary of the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Board, Jafaru Ahmed, announced that Ndidi's appointment will officially begin on December 15, 2024. His appointment comes after the conclusion of the term of the current Comptroller General Haliru Nabada. Nwakuche, born on November 26, 1966, hails from Oguta in Imo State. Until his appointment, he was the Deputy Comptroller General in charge of the Training and Staff Development Directorate. He is a Fellow of the prestigious National Institutes for Policy and Strategic Studies and holds the national honor of Member of the Federal Republic. The Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, inaugurated an alternative high school for girls constructed by the Renewed Hope Initiative in Osogbo on Friday. Tinubu equally provided items, shoes and handbags for business startups and 50 million naira to 1,000 women in Osun to start up or boost their small businesses. Tinubu appreciated Governor Deleke and his wife for approving the land on which the school was erected, stating that the school in Osogbo was one of the 6 alternative schools for girls that would be built across Nigeria by the Universal Basic Education Commission. The wife of the president added that 5 other schools were to be built in Imo, Kwara, Lagos, Oyo, and Rivers State. According to her, there are 44 other alternative high schools already built across the northern parts of the country. She further stated with its skill acquisition center to provide vocational and economic empowerment, the Renewed Hope initiative would continue to champion programs that empowers girls, women, and youths across the country. The Chinese People's Liberation Army Defense University has sought robust collaboration with the Nigerian Army towards promoting a better understanding of training and military education between the two armies. This is contained in a statement by the Director, Army Public Relations, Major General Oyema Nwachukwu, on Friday in Abuja, after the Chief of Army Staff, COS Olufemi Oloyede, received the PLA delegation led by Rear Admiral Hu Gangfeng. Leader of the Chinese delegation, Rear Admiral Gangfeng, expressed China's commitment to international cooperation and preferred support to the Nigerian Army in the area of training. The delegation comprises representatives from various departments of theater command, military services, and course participants who are in Nigeria to exchange ideas with their counterparts to foster a robust relationship. In his response, Oloyede, represented by the Deputy Chief of Training Army, Musa Etsu Ndagi, highlighted Nigeria's Army's experience in combating terrorism and insurgency. Oloyede emphasized the importance and effectiveness of tailoring operations to address specific security threats. He said that sustained training, equipping, and dynamic operational strategies had enhanced the NA's operational effectiveness in the ongoing fight against terrorists and insurgents in the country. He added that these had enabled the troops to decimate the terrorists and curb terrorism threats. Vice President Kashim Shettima says that prioritizing science, technology, and innovation are key to national growth and development. Shettima said this on Friday at the 48th Convocation Lecture of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. The Vice President, represented by the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President, Dr. Tokwe Afasao, said that citizens of such countries would only buy foreign goods and services. He also commended the successive management of the institution for maintaining the founder's dream by being one of the best architectures in Nigeria and AFRICAB universities. The appeal court in Abuja has set aside all orders barring the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and the Accountant General of the Federation from releasing funds to the Rivers State government. The three-member panel, presided by Justice Haman Baka, ruled that the subject matter was not within the jurisdiction of the court relating to the revenue of the state. The appellate court, while allowing the appeal of the Rivers State government, also set aside all the orders made by Justice Joyce Abdulmalik, stating that it was unconstitutional for her to make orders restricting Rivers State governments to receive funds due to the state from its consolidated revenue fund. The court ruled that the lower court overreached itself and didn't have the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. In October, Justice Abdulmalik of the Abuja Federal High Court held that the receipt and disbursement of monthly allocations since January this year by the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, was a breach of the Constitution and an aberration that must not be allowed to continue. The judge held that the presentation of the 2024 budget by Fubara before a four-member Rivers House of Assembly was an affront to the constitutional provision. Justice Abdulmalik specifically said that the governor's action was a gross violation of the 1999 Constitution. The judge subsequently restrained the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Accountant General of the Federation, Zenith Bank, and Access Bank from further allowing Fubara to access money from the Consolidated Revenue and Federation account. A special brigade of the Nigerian Army has neutralized scores of Lukarawa bandits and destroyed about 22 camps in Sokoto and Kebbi State. The theater commander of the operation, Fasan Yama, Oluyinka Sholeye, disclosed this to newsmen on Friday in Sokoto. Speaking through the acting general officer commanding the 8th Division of Nigerian Army Sokoto, Ibukunle Ajose, Shoele said the Special Operation Brigade was deployed by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, for the exercise. He noted that his successes were recorded through fresh onslaughts launched against Lukarawa bandits that led to the destruction of bandits' camps. He charged the troops to ensure destruction of the Lukarawa sects and enjoined them to abide by the rules of engagement and ensure the protection of the lives and property of law-abiding citizens. Shoele further highlighted that troops have been selected and trained for this mission, hence Nigerians are counting on their ability and professionalism to flush out the Lukarawas. He added that their special operation was to ensure that the total elimination of the Lukarawa sects in Sokoto and Kebbi states. The Minister of Police Affairs, Senator Ibrahim Gaidam, has commended the synergy between the Nigerian Police Force and the Nigerian Police Trust Fund in enhancing the capacity of police personnel. Gaidam gave the recommendation on Friday in Abuja during the groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of a modern and smart divisional police headquarters in the Pape area of Abuja. The projects include the construction of rank and file quarters for personnel of the force. Gaidam, represented by the Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Police Affairs, Yusuf Arugungu, said it could enhance the security of lives and property in the area. According to him, with the police divisional headquarters, citizens commuting every day for their daily activities will be protected from the danger of kidnapping, one-chance armed robbery, and other related crimes. He urged the Nigerian police force to continue to promote synergy with citizens and other security agencies to uphold the responsibility of law enforcement and prosecuting offenders. The Executive Secretary, NPTF, Mohammed Sheidu, said the execution of the project was more than just bricks and mortar. He said the project represents a collective resolve of NPTF and other stakeholders to provide the police with modern infrastructure. According to him, the idea is to enhance the operational capacity of the force and improve the welfare of its personnel. He said the commitment, guidance, and collaboration was instrumental to the division of modernizing police infrastructure and improving the welfare of its officers. Meanwhile, operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested a suspected online fraudster, Osango Tuba, over an alleged duping of 139 Australians to the tune of 8 million Australian dollars. EFCC spokesperson Dele Oyewale said this in a statement on Friday in Abuja. According to him, the suspect was picked up in a stakeout at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, after arriving from the United States of America on December 6th. Otukba goes by 5 aliases, namely Ford Thompson, Oscar Donald Tyler, Michael Hay, Jose Vito, and Christine Davidson. He scammed his victims by luring them on social media to invest in his rogue cryptocurrency investment platform, Liquid Asset Group, LAG. Oyewale added that the proceeds of the alleged crimes were routed to his bank account through a global cryptocurrency exchange platform. He further stated that the suspect would be charged in court upon the conclusion of investigations. Meanwhile, the Enugu State Governor, Barrister Peter Mbah, is currently engaging Enugu residents in a town hall meeting tagged Governance Issues, the Journey So Far. Our correspondent, Chineveri Kebonam, is standing by with an update.
Thank you very much, Mr. Onyebuchi. It was nice having this conversation. All right. Good afternoon, Charles. We are live in Enugu, where the governor will be having a town hall meeting with the people of Enugu State. This is not just a first of its kind. This is the second town hall meeting that the governor of Enugu State, Governor Peter Mbah, will be having with his people. And a lot of people are gathering to ask tough questions about the administration and the journey so far. I know that we've actually recorded loads of journeys or trajectories of Governor Peter Mbah. Right now, the people of Enugu are present to talk to their leader, to talk to their governor in person, and also share their plight to them. And right behind, with me here is Onyebuchi Mbah, who will be sharing his own expectation once the town hall meeting starts. So, good morning, Mr. Onyebuchi Mbah. Good afternoon, Mr. Onyebuchi Mbah. And what can you say about this town hall meeting? What are your expectations like?
Yeah, greetings to you from the disability community. I want to say that our expectations are high in the sense that I've looked into the theme of this gathering, and it says issues of governance, the journey so far. Issues of governance is all encompassing. It involves every citizen of the state and the society out there. And the journey so far, as it has to do with persons with disabilities, I must say that all round, economically, that our governor has come to change the face of Enugu with massive projects ongoing across the states. But I think, like I said, the journey so far, as it has to do particularly for persons with disabilities, we are still pleading and expecting that our governor will replicate what he has been doing in other areas of governance to that of disability affairs by establishing Enugu State Disability Commission, constituting the board, and then allow for the smooth kickoff of that board
that board will have the responsibility of handling every matters and affairs concerning persons with disabilities, and that will go a long way promoting inclusion, promoting participation, and promoting accessibility for all. Again, I also say that our expectation also has to do with the fact that the present administration has been doing well all over the state and beyond. We have been hearing so many good news about the innovations within the state governance, but we still lack voice. That is like us having SA or SSA to the governor on disability matter. This will also go a long way to mean that this government has become more intentional on issues affecting persons with disabilities. So our expectation here today remains the fact that we will still raise it again, pleading and calling on our governor to consider us as citizens of this state, and also for the sake of inclusion, that we all desire to be part and parcel of the good news.
Okay, Mr. Onyebuchi, I know that this is not the first town hall meeting. His Excellency has had a town hall meeting last year. From that time till now, will you say that issues regarding disability were not tackled?
To an extent, it has been tackled. Even the recently held the ENUGU State Disability Day commemoration, the government saw to the hosting of it through the office of the Honorable Commissioner for Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. It was hosted unlike before, that nobody cares about. But what we are saying here is that it is a different thing when you make a matter an institutional-based issue other than the charity-based approach that we have enjoyed over the years. So we are pleading that it will become an institutional thing by giving us ENUGU State Disability Commission as the law of ENUGU State Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Provision Law of 2023 provides.
Okay. Being a citizen of Enugu and looking at what Governor Peter Mba has done so far, do you think that he is a listening governor, that your plight and your inspiration for people living with disability will be listened to and also will be worked towards?
Very, very well, I must say that our governor has demonstrated capacity. He has demonstrated a very high level of competency in governance, a very high level of determination to change the face of governance. He is only a wicked person that will say that nothing is happening in Enugu. That person must be a beast. So massive road constructions ongoing, 260 smart schools ongoing, type 2 primary health centers ongoing. Well, one thing, only but one thing we are crying and asking for is that State Disability Commission. By so doing, I mean, what else are we talking about? A segment of the society is persons with disability cannot be left behind in an economy that is set to move from 4.something billion dollar economy to over $30 billion economy. So this very society, I mean, the segment of persons with disabilities are very much paramount to feel the impact of good governance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Onyebuchi. It was nice having you. So what are your expectations now that we are having another town hall meeting? Okay, I have just one expectation here, and that is the establishment of the Disability Commission and the member. That's what I want from the governor as a person with disability, and that brought me here. So if you are giving the leverage to talk, to ask the governor a question, what would be the nature of your, what would be the angle of your question, and how will you want, how do you think that this governor will actually hear and listen to your line of
I will, after praising him, I will solicit and plead for him to include persons with disability in his policies, in everything he's doing, education, health, every social life. Then let there be inclusivity of persons with disability and stop discrimination that people are doing.
Please, can you kindly introduce yourself and tell us the reason why you are here today?
Okay, my name is Neji Victoria. I'm from Jonapage, the Joint Association of Persons with Disability. And we're here to have a town hall meeting with the governor of the state.
So how do you feel actually being part of the persons during this town hall meeting? I want to be close.
I must say the truth, I'm very happy because that's what we are preaching, inclusive. So for them to include us into this town hall meeting, it makes me happy. So I'm very, very glad.
This is not actually the first town hall meeting Governor Peter Mba is having. So far, so good. What will you say about this journey so far?
Now last year he included us in the town hall meeting, and today we are here again. And I would say that the journey so far, I would say it has been great, because governor comes, governor goes, and we experience different things and all those things. And I must tell you the truth that he has been including us in all his program, and I must say that the journey so far have been great, and we hope for more, because we are pleading for that more inclusive, because that's what we are asking for, and we are pleading for this disability commission. It will really, really help us so we can be able to stand on our own.
All right, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
That was our correspondent, Chinemere Kibulam, right there at the Old Government Lodge in Enugu State, where the Enugu State Governor, Barrister Dr. Peter Mba, is meeting with all groups and everyone in Enugu State to engage them in a special town hall meeting. It's actually right now ongoing. 98 youths from Ebonyi State have completed their training at the Master Skills Development and Services Limited, Abani, in Enugu State. They are beneficiaries of the Francis Obonna Nwifuru Empowerment Program, designed to equip individuals with skills in agriculture and entrepreneurship. Correspondent Belinda Nwobodo was at the graduation ceremony and now reports.
The program, which is the brainchild of the Ebonyi State Governor, Francis Nwifuru, is a testament to the commitment of the Ebonyi State government to foster the spirit of self-reliance among the citizens and grow the economy of the state. The Chief Executive Officer of Master Skill Development and Services Limited, Onyemuche Nnamani, emphasized the significance of skills acquisition as a tool for reliance and development.
We have the people, we have the resources, we have the farms, we have the manpower, but they're not trained, they're not skilled. The motivation is from a yawning gap in society, very big gap, where we are still in subsistence farming, just little farming. This is what we're going on high-tech farming that will save us.
Ebonyi State Commissioner for Human Capital Development and Monitoring, Anne Ali-Igwe, who represented Governor Francis Nwifuru, commended the participants and assured them of government support. She said the state government has plans to provide them with financial support by January 2025 to enable them start vigorous ventures.
Utilizing the knowledge you got from this place, because I know that you were drilled in entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship you learn how to package yourself. You know that your swag now and the one you left home is never the same. Yes. So I want you people, as you're coming back home tomorrow, to package yourselves and behave like millionaires.
The key resource person for the training, Professor Ben Mariwe, applauded the graduates for their dedication and emphasized the importance of skill acquisition in driving economic transformation, particularly in the agricultural sector.
To gain skill and knowledge in various aspects of agricultural entrepreneur, including pig production, poultry production, fish production, and other agro crops and plants like cassava, palm tree production, and palm kernel and palm oil production, and even rice and cassava farming.
The 98 graduates who completed the 7 weeks of rigorous training expressed gratitude for the program and shared their experiences and aspirations.
Here, what we are trained here is the modern agricultural best practices of planting rice, producing rice and processing it, cassava, fishery, piggery, and then poultry.
We've been here, we've been empowered, we've been trained. We've been trained in fishery, we've been trained in poultry, piggery, and all of that. So we are satisfied with the teachings, and we got it very well.
We've gotten the skills for new generation agriculture,
So today we are happy that our graduate.
When I get back to my place, I will be happy to establish this business.
The graduation ceremony featured the symbolic presentation of certificates to the successful trainees. The Francis Ogbonnawifuru Empowerment Program is through the scheme making giant strides in equipping young people with the skills needed to transform the agricultural sector and reduce unemployment in Ebonyi State. And as the slogan of FONEP goes, feeding nations, empowering people, this initiative has no doubt set the precedence for sustainable empowerment in the region. Belinda Wobodo for Signature TV.
Boyetiti local government area in Enugu State has signed a partnership agreement with Nigeria's telecom giant Globacom Limited aimed at improving telecommunication services in the area. The collaboration seeks to expand network coverage, enhance connectivity, and provide better access to mobile and internet services, particularly for rural communities. The council chairman, Eric Odo, speaking with the Globacom team in his office in Owede on Friday, expressed optimism about the partnership's potential to improve the telecom network in the area. He stated that the collaboration would enhance service quality, bridge communication infrastructure gaps, and drive economic growth by improving access to technology and information. In response, the team leader and Globacom Southeast Regional Head, Chiko Ikenna, thanked Odo for the opportunity to partner with the telecom company. He emphasized that in the 21st century, businesses rely on technology to thrive, and Globacom was ready to provide the necessary infrastructure. Ikenna further assured that Globacom would ensure that its network service reached all communities within the local government area. The Minister of the Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, on Friday urged owners of the federal government-owned lands and houses in Lagos State to remit their ground rents to the government's coffers. Dangiwa said this during a stakeholder citizens engagement on land administration and its physical assessment of Banana Island, Osborne Phase 1 and 2, Parkview, Foreshore, Estates and Shorelines. He said that the ministry plans to optimize its revenue collections by ensuring that all the occupiers of federal government's assets pay their ground rents to enable it to improve on the facilities. According to him, while the federal government is committed to renovating, safeguarding, and optimizing the value of its assets nationwide, it will also enforce strict compliance to its land and estates administration laws. Dangiwa said that the Ministry of Housing, under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu, had resolved to restore order in federal land and asset management. He warned that whatever the occupants agreed to pay should be used to maintain this estate in terms of electricity, roads, and other facilities they use in the estate. He said the committee was expected to resolve long-standing land issues and foster a coordinated approach to land administration across the state. He said that the federal and Lagos state's governments were in talks to harmonize payment of tax on its assets and land administration to address double taxation on owners of the federal government estates and lands. Dangiwa said that this stakeholder engagement on land administration provided an opportunity to share insights and it contributes to the federal government's strategy for sustainable urban development. The federal government says it is collaborating with the World Bank to scale up rural access and agricultural marketing project, RAMP, in Nigeria. The Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Abdullah, stated this at a news conference on Friday in Abuja. He said that RAMP project was ongoing and had been implemented across 19 states of the Federation. The minister said that out of the 19 states, 16 have already passed laws establishing their state's rural access, rural authority, alongside the state's rural fund. Abdullahi, who underscored the importance of the rural access and agricultural marketing project, said most of the movement in rural areas were due to agricultural marketing. He said that the ministry is working to promote the role of rural roads in delivering its mandates of ensuring food security. The minister said that the project was intended to institutionalize the need or the idea of developing rural areas in Nigeria. In a remark, the national coordinator, RAMP, Aminu Mohammed, said the objectives of the project was improvement of the rural routes as well as supporting improvement of agricultural marketing. Mohammed said that RAMP is in tandem with President Bola Tinubu's quest to attain food security in the country. The Secretary to the State Government, SSG of Bauchi State, Ibrahim Muhammad Kashim, has resigned from his position with his resignation accepted by Governor Bala Mohammed. His resignation was announced in a press statement signed and issued on Friday by the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Governor, Mukhtar Gidado. Following the resignation, Governor Mohammed directed the Chief of Staff at the Government House, Mr. Aminu Hassan Kamawa, to assume the role of SSG in an acting capacity. Mohammed expressed gratitude on behalf of the government and people of the state for Kashim's service, commending his contributions to the state's progress while wishing him success in his future endeavors. Meanwhile, details are still sketchy as to the reasons behind Kashim's decisions to resign at the time of writing this report. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Yusuf Ali, has called for the adoption of a 6-year single term for the offices of the president and state governors of the country. Ali disclosed this in Ifetedo, Osun State, on Friday at the inauguration of the remodeled Central Mosque for the Lot Town, a project he financed. The legal practitioner said the adoption of a 6-year term of office for the office of the president and state governors would not only end self-succession while serving this first term, but also would prevent fights that usually characterize relationships among politicians. He noted that a 6-year single term of office remains a good option for Nigeria's political system, lamenting that lack of character has also affected negatively governance in the country. Speaking further, Ali said Nigeria's constitution has enough provisions to deal with bad leadership, but blame challenges the country is facing operating the law on the back of the lack of character. Speaking on why he embarked on the remodeling of a mosque, Ali said the project was a response to the divine call. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has pledged his administration supports for the success of the 2025 Hajj operations. Zulum made the commitment when management of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, led by its chairman, Professor Abdullahi Saleh Usman, paid him a visit on Friday in Maiduguri. The governor congratulated Usman on his appointment and reaffirmed state government's readiness to collaborate with stakeholders for seamless Hajj operations in 2025 and beyond. He urged the NACONs to address challenges related to VIPs' accommodation in Mina and Arafah. The governor also spoke on the need for the commission to establish a realistic benchmark for Hajj fares, noting that fluctuating exchange rates had impacted in the 2024 Hajj greatly. Responding, Usman assured the governor of the commission's commitments to reforms that would guarantee a seamless 2025 Hajj. He said that committees had been set up to oversee airline selection, feeding and accommodation arrangements for the pilgrims. Usman also announced that discussions was ongoing between the commission and the service providers for the perfection of transactions in Naira as a way of reducing costs for Hajj fares. The Central Bank of Nigeria has reaffirmed the validity of the old 1,000, 500 and 200 Naira banknotes as legal tender, clarifying misinformation circulating about their status. In a statement signed by the Hakama Sidi Ali, the acting director of corporate communications, on Friday, the Apex Bank confirmed that the Supreme Court's ruling of November 29, 2023, permits the indefinite circulation of both old and new designs of these denominations. The CBN stressed that all versions of the Naira old and redesigned 1,000, 500 and 200 notes, as well as commemorative and previous designs of the 100 Naira notes, remain valid for transactions. According to the statement, the bank dismissed claims suggesting that the old series of these denominations would cease to be legal tender by December 31, 2024. The CBN urged Nigerians to continue using both old and redesigned banknotes for their daily transactions while handling the notes with care to ensure their longevity. Also, the bank encouraged the public to adopt alternative payment channels such as electronic banking platforms to reduce reliance on physical cash. This clarification comes amidst growing concerns and confusion among the public about the legal status of the old Naira notes as Nigerians struggle with cash scarcity. Still to come, Alexander Brothers appear in Florida courts on sexual battery. Georgian pro-EU opposition rallies near Parliament ahead of vote for president. These are more after the break. To stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. Protesters gathered outside South Korea's National Assembly on Saturday morning ahead of an impeachment vote against President Yoon Suk-yeol over his short-lived attempt to impose martial law last week. Some parliamentarians were seen outside the compound making statements and shouting slogans before entering the complex, with protesters carrying placards and signs calling for Yoon's arrest standing nearby, including one protester who showed up with 2 dogs that wore anti-Yoon signs. The president's move to impose martial law on December 3rd was rescinded barely 6 hours later, but it plunged the country into a constitutional crisis and triggered widespread calls for him to step down for breaking the law. On Thursday, Yoon vowed in a speech to fight to the end and defended the martial law decree as necessary to overcome political deadlock and protect the country from domestic politicians who are undermining democracy. Meanwhile, U.S. citizen Travis Timmerman has been flown out of Syria after being released from imprisonment by rebels this week, U.S. officials say on Friday. Photos of Timmerman posing with a member of the U.S. military and members of the Syrian Emergency Task Force surfaced on X on Friday. A U.S. official speaking on condition of anonymity said that Timmerman had been transferred to Jordan and was currently with the State Department officials. A second official said that Timmerman had been handed to U.S. troops at the Tant garrison, which is near the intersection of the border of Syria, Iraq, and Jordan, and was flown out from there. Timmerman went missing in June, according to his parents, the White House on Thursday, that the United States had no prior indication that the American was in Syria. Thousands gathered in northwestern Syria on Friday for weekly prayers and a rally where clerics in the port city of Latakia, a former stronghold of ousted President Bashar al-Assad, urged national unity under the country's new government. Syrian rebels toppled Assad and his family's brutal 5-decade rule on Sunday and formed a new administration led by former al-Qaeda offshoot Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. The group has promised tolerance and inclusive new order. After the first Friday prayers since Assad's overthrow, religious leaders addressed a crowd of thousands outside the mosque, calling for people to give up their weapons. Some spectators waved Syria's new flag, while the country's new anthem, a rebel song adopted for the purpose, played over speakers. Khalid Kamal, a Sunni imam who spoke at the gathering, said that after the rally that it was a joy like no other to return to Syria after fleeing abroad during the war. The future is seen in Syria, where the Sunni Islamists has emerged as the dominant force, holds uncertainty for many, especially its minorities. Shiite Muslims, whose allied offshoot is centered in Latakia, are thought to be about a tenth of the population, which stood at 23 million before the country's civil war began in 2013. Mohammed Redart Hatem Abdullah, an influential Alawite, a preacher who took part in the rally, said he did not discriminate against any group and wanted to see all faiths stand united. Syrian civilians strolled through the remains of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's family's summer resort on Friday after a brutal 54-year rule and a 13-year civil war. Syrian rebels ousted Assad on Sunday in a generational change for the Middle East. Since then, many of the properties belonging to Assad or his family have been looted or destroyed by Syrians looking to erase his legacy. Syrian cyclist Basel Sufi rode his bike some 40 kilometers from the northwestern city of Latakia on Friday morning to visit the resorts in Burj Islam, which boasts a white villa with balconies overlooking the Mediterranean, a private beach, several gardens, and a walking path. Windows were shattered and broken glass littered the floor. No furniture was left, while toilets, showers, lights, and other items were all broken or smashed. Following Assad's toppling, local residents, mostly Syrian Turkmen, driving out to nearby villages due to the construction of the resort, entered the area for the first time since the Assad family built it some 50 years ago.
I can't explain how this is. It's enjoyable. I think I feel freedom for the first time in my life. I can't believe my eyes. They built something we didn't see in all my life, our life in Syria. You know, did you see the streets in Syria? All are bad. I don't like to give it to someone else, another president or something like that. it must be for the people.
The head of the chemical weapons watchdog said he would ask Syria's new leaders to grant investigators access to the country to continue work identifying the perpetrators of attacks that killed and injured thousands during the civil war. Addressing a special session of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, Fernando Arias said his office had seen positive signals from Syria about the needs to rid the country of chemical weapons, but no formal request had been received. The 41-member Executive Council of the OPCW was meeting in The Hague to discuss next steps after Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's sudden toppling. Speaking ahead of the meeting, U.S. Ambassador to the OPCW, Nicole Champagne, said Washington viewed Assad's fall as an extraordinary chance to rid Syria of chemical weapons. Arias said the evolving political landscape in Syria offered an opportunity for the organization to finally obtain clarifications on the full extent and scope of the Syrian chemical weapons program after 11 years of inspections.
We have been very clear to the Assad regime, but also to other players on the ground, that a red line for us is we start seeing a whole bunch of chemical weapons moving around or being utilized.
Obama drew that line, and Obama can draw a line for himself and for his country, not for other countries. We have our red lines, like our sovereignty and our independence. While if you want to talk the word red lines, United States used uranium-depleted uranium in Iraq, Israel used white phosphorus in Gaza, and nobody said anything. What about the red lines? We don't see red lines. It's political red lines.
A chemical attack that was so horrific in Syria against innocent people, including women, small children, and even beautiful little babies. Their deaths was an affront to humanity. These heinous actions by the Assad regime cannot be tolerated.
Syria joined the OPCW in 2013 under the U.S.-Russia deal, and 1,300 metric tons of chemical weapons and precursors were destroyed by the international community. But after more than a decade of inspection, Syria still possesses banned munitions. Assad ruled Syria and its military ally Russia always denied using chemical weapons in the civil war. With Syria still in disorder, with myriad armed groups around the shattered country, the OPCW will be concerned to act quickly to prevent any chemical weapons being used. Footage from Syria's capital Damascus showed a fireball on the horizon beyond the capital, followed by a sound of powerful explosion on Friday evening. The explosion occurred at 10:47 local time on the first Friday after the Islamist-led rebels took control of the city, ending Assad's rule. Reuters has not been able to identify the cause of the explosion. Meanwhile, Russia appears to be parking up military equipment at a military airbase in Syria, according to satellite images released by Maxar following rebels' overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad last weekend. The images taken on Friday show that what appear to be at least two Antonov and 124s, one of the world's largest cargo planes, with their nose cones open at the Hemimi Air Base in Syria's coastal Latakia province. Russia's naval base at Tartus, Russia's only Mediterranean repair and replenishment hub, remains largely unchanged since on December 10th. Imagery coverage with two frigates continuing to be observed offshore of the Tatua, Maxa said. Britain's Channel 4 News reported that it had seen a convoy of more than 150 Russian military vehicles moving along the road. Channel 4 said the Russian military was moving in good order and that it appeared there had been a deal struck to allow Russians to exit Syria in an orderly fashion. The Kremlin has said its focus since Assad's fall was to ensure the security of its military bases in Syria of its diplomatic missions. Two brothers appeared in a Florida court on Friday, facing charges of sexual battery. Media reports indicate that Aaron Alexander and Alan Alexander pleaded not guilty, although they were granted pre-trial release. They remain in custody due to separate federal several sex trafficking charges. The two of them and their brother Tal also faced federal trafficking charges. Oren and Tal are real estate agents known for promoting flashing properties in New York, and Alan is an executive at a private security firm. Georgian pro-EU protesters rallied on Friday evening near the country's parliament's building on the eve of the votes for the country's president. In late November, Georgia's ruling party, Georgian Dream, nominated Mikhail Kavelashvili, a former parliamentary deputy and professional soccer player, as its candidate for president in an election due to be held on Saturday. Kavelashvili, who played briefly for Manchester City as a striker in the mid-1990s, is a founder member of the People's Power, a splinter group of the ruling Georgian Dream Party, and has a record of hardline anti-Western statements. His election is all but assured, as Georgian Dream dominates the electoral college of members of parliament and local government representatives. Although the president's post is largely ceremonial, the choice of Kavelashvili is likely to be viewed by the European Union and the United States as a further sign that Georgia is turning away from the West and moving closer to Russia. He is set to succeed President Salome Zourabichvili, who was elected as an ally of the government bloc, but has become a trenchant critic, accusing it of deliberately derailing Georgia's EU accession hopes. Zourabichvili has denounced last month's parliamentary election won by Georgian Dream as fraudulent. Opposition lawmakers have refused to take their seats in parliament. Argentina's President Javier Milei met his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni on Friday in capital Rome. The meeting comes amidst reports that Italy's government has granted citizenship to Milei on account of his Italian family roots. A source with knowledge of the matter told Reuters that the government had given Italian citizenship to the Argentine leader, declining to provide further details. The news on the Italian media has triggered an angry reaction from some politicians and on social media from people protesting at citizenship being given to Milei when it is hard to obtain for the children of migrants born in Italy. Italy's citizenship laws are based on blood ties, meaning that even descendants of an Italian national can obtain an Italian passport. Requirements for foreigners born in Italy or who migrate there, on the other hand, are much tougher. Pro-migrant groups have proposed a referendum to ease them, but Meloni's right-wing coalition is against any relaxation. Milei was in Rome to meet Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and to take part in her Brothers of Italy party's annual festival on Saturday. A new French Prime Minister, Francois Barrot, said on Friday he faced a big challenge to tackle France's deficits, with opponents' lukewarm reactions to his appointment, underlining the difficulty of the job he faces. President Emmanuel Macron earlier named Barrot as his fourth Prime Minister of 2024, tasking his centrist ally with steering France out of his second political crisis in 6 months. He replaces Michel Barnier, who was ousted by lawmakers last week for trying to pass a cost-cutting 2025 budget. Barrot, a three-time presidential candidate who has long warned of French political profligacy, inherits the same rowdy parliament that felled Barnier. His proximity to the deeply unpopular Macron may also hurt him. Efforts to rein in on deficits expected to close the year at over 6% of gross domestic product lie at the heart of France's political malaise. The festering crisis has raised doubts about whether Macron will complete his second presidential term until 2027, lifted France's borrowing costs and left a power vacuum in the hearts of Europe, just as Donald Trump prepares to return to the White House. Barrot's immediate priority will be passing a special law to roll over the 2024 budget, with a nastier battle over the 2025 legislation looming early next year. A 6.3 magnitude earthquake occurred on Friday evening.
I believe that this question of deficit and debt is a question which poses a moral problem, not just a financial one, but a moral one, because getting rid of burdens by passing them on to your children, in countries like ours, with our mountain villages, and rooted communities, it's very badly seen. Faced with such a serious situation, my course of action will be to hide nothing, neglect nothing and leave nothing aside. With eyes wide open, without timidity, we have a duty to face the situation, which was inherited from entire decades in which we did not see it, debt problem, as necessary and urgent. I think that our duty as citizens, as fathers of families, our duty as Republicans, is to be obsessed with giving opportunities to those who don't have them. This is a sacred duty for me and I have no plans of neglecting it. This was the promise of the President of the Republic, and I intend to be faithful to this promise, in the very difficult role that you are passing on to me.
Faute de quoi, il sera.
A 6.3 magnitude earthquake occurred on Friday evening at 8:38 local time in Chile and shook the central region, including the capital, Santiago. According to information provided by the National Seismological Center of the University of Chile, the earthquake's epicenter was located 52 kilometers southeast of Curicó at a depth of 114 kilometers. The Hydrographic and Oceanographic Service of the Navy, SHOA, in Chile has ruled out the possibility of a tsunami on the country's coastlines. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced on Friday that he plans to move forward to the next step in the case of Luigi Magnoan, the suspect in his murder of United Healthcare CEO during a press conference with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Bragg stated that they will continue to press forward on parallel. Mayor Adams, backing Bragg's position, said he will continue to advocate for Magnoan to be prosecuted in New York City.
Again, in partnership with the NYPD and under the phenomenal leadership of our new commissioner, we've been working hand in hand since the beginning. It has just been really, really great work by the NYPD, including also extending to law enforcement in Pennsylvania. I know the mayor mentioned quickly about extradition. I just wanted to say indications are that the defendant may waive, but that waiver is not complete until a court proceeding, which my understanding from court officials in Pennsylvania cannot happen until Tuesday. So until that time, we're going to continue to press forward.
We're committed to upholding the law and relentlessly going after those who break it, including the investigation of last week's brazen killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson here in Midtown Manhattan. And I know the DA is going to allude to that, but this morning I was briefed by the police commissioner. He has not waived his extradition yet. We're going to continue to move forward, but he should be, and I will continue to say, be prosecuted here in New York City.
At a court hearing in Pennsylvania on Tuesday, December 10th, his defense lawyer told a judge that Magnoan, at 26, would oppose extradition to New York, where he is charged with murder and other crimes. That decision could delay the process by weeks, but it's unlikely to block his eventual transfer. For now, Magnoan will remain in jail in Pennsylvania, where he faces gun and forgery charges. His attorney, Tom Dickey, said that Magnoan plans to plead not guilty to the charges. Brian Thompson, the CEO of the United Health Insurance arm, one of the largest health insurers in the U.S., was shot dead on the morning of December 4th outside a hotel in Manhattan in what police say was a targeted attack, sparking a manhunt that led to Magnoan's arrest. Evan Cutler was on his way home from work recently, very late at night, when he saw something that looked like a full moon, except he knew it was about 2 weeks ago, or 2 weeks too late to see the natural phenomenon. He stopped his car at the crossing of the Hebron Roads and Grove Street in Montclair, New Jersey, and looked at what he thought was something of the size of a school bus hovering 150 feet over a tree line. Since roughly the middle of November, residents of New Jersey have spotted large and medium-sized objects flying around their neighborhoods. Some were also spotted in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Staten Island. The Pentagon said on Wednesday that there was no evidence that drones had been spotted over New Jersey were from a foreign entity or adversary. The White House said on Thursday that they are investigating the issue. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
this thing is touch everybody. Even I personally, I wish to travel. This Christmas is coming. I wish to travel, but because of this thing, all those transportation and things, everything all around. Majority of people cannot meet up. So, but what we have that we don't have anything to say. It is only God can help us in this country. There's no any advice for this our government again, because many advice before they born my father, our Nigerian government they collect a lot of advice. They don't meet up. So I don't need to stress myself to give them advice. Who am I to give them to give government advice? So I know that it is only God can fight for us and give us what we need in this country.
Seriously, it's affecting both the good side and the bad side, seriously. Because now, even me, as you can see me now, I'm just trekking from where I am. You understand? Because of the fuel, this cost of the fuel, you understand? Seriously, it's too bad. Even now, seriously, I can't even tell you that many people cannot even travel for this Christmas because of the hardship of the fuel. You understand? For this December period, when government try help assist people at least to do something, or when they came to pay salary, they should add something to the masses so that at least they can get something to add to what they are having. You understand?
This transport fare is very obvious. See, it's really affecting us with that we are far distance from our home. And if I thought about to go my place now, go and come back, I need to owe like 150,000 naira. So what would I go and give to my people, my family, my mothers, and my siblings that they are left in the village? All the way say I'm coming to come to Abuja to come and hustle. But the hustle now say, bros, you choke. So let government just really help us. It's too much. And the transport fare, even to go to work, our salary cannot even pay our house rent, talk less of say feeding. Feeding aspect is even worse. So everything is very increasing at back. It should help us. It's obvious. It's very, even the one that is even in the stomach, they are angry.
Honestly, people have been suffering due to the cause of the hardship that we are finding ourselves to it now, especially this time that we are. Many people are traveling. The cost of transportation are even high. Some people traveling and going to the Christmas, even to come back is very difficult for them to come back due to the hardship that people have found themselves to eat now. Where you have been entering before, like 5,000 and now it's at about 10,000 or 15,000. Then, and while you look at all these things, then at the end, you make to understand as if people have entered the one of kind hardship. If not God that will even help us, we have no any other ways to even come out outside of it. May we pray for our country, especially our leaders, let them look upon this issue to even bring everything down so that everybody will be happy and even move as the way before. That's our prayer.
Okay, like there are so many ways government can actually come through. Okay, like I think was it 2 years back, there were buses, government provided buses, at a subsidized rate. So I believe if they can do the same thing this time around, it will have a way of, reducing the pain and making transport affordable for common person. So there are so many ways they can actually come through. The CNG buses are still there. They can make more provision for that. So many ways. Even the philanthropists can also come through, like non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations. There are ways they can come through, for the people and maybe make transport at a very subsidized rate. State government, not only federal government, state government can also come through, even the local government and other bodies.
All right, welcome to Eva's entertainment show on Signature TV. Today is Saturday. Oh, one best Saturday. You know, Saturday is always giving wedding, burial, you know, events. So if you're actually sitting in your house, I don't know, you're actually doing the wrong thing. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. There's this young lady that is sitting very pretty, very demure, very mindful.
I like the way you're
you know.
So of course, and this baby girl is Layomi Adeyemi.
Of course. Aww,
Big purr.
Okay, so we have interesting stories.
Yeah.
Well, today is memes of the week, and of course, we have a guest for you. All right. So let's delve right into the story because there's no time. Legendary Afro Juju musician Shino Peter, right? I got it. Shino Peter.
Yes.
Shino Peter, yes. Has opened up about his ordination as a bishop, describing it as a divine mandate from God in 2021. Peters was officially ordained as the first bishop of the Cherubim and Seraphim Church of God in the ENUGU area of Lagos State. Speaking with the news agency of Nigeria NAN in Lagos, the music icon shared that his ordination followed a divine directive received by the church leadership years before he accepted the call. The Almighty God instructed that I be made the first bishop of the Cherubim and Seraphim Church of God. He communicated this to the church leaders. Peter explained. He highlighted that God's choice was tied to his consistent incorporation of hymns in his music and performances, a practice he believes has brought many souls closer to Christ. My music often draws from the hymns and have stayed consistent in this. Through it, I've been able to win many souls for Christ. He said, I initially tried to avoid the ordination, but eventually God arrested me. So reflecting on his career, Peters expressed gratitude for his journey and achievements, attributing his success to God's guidance. I am fulfilled and contented, he said. Now, my prayer is to remain enlightened in God's word and grow closer to him. There is nothing more I want than to give thanks for the grace and blessings I've received. The veteran musician also acknowledged the fleeting nature of life, appreciating the opportunity to continue his mission. When I look back at those who started this journey of life with me but are no longer here, I remain deeply grateful to my Creator, he added. Addressing his fans, Peters promised something exceptional in the near future, saying, expect something unusual expect something unusual very soon. Shino Peters continues to leave an indelible mark in both the music and spiritual realms, combining his talents with a commitment to his faith. Now, over to you, my darling.
Don't ask me what I think about
this. Okay, sorry.
I'm serious. Don't ask me what I think about this.
But what do you think, honestly? What do you think?
I understand that Shino Peters kind of puts gospel hymns in his songs. But he's not necessarily like a gospel musician as well. But at the same time, who am I to challenge the leadership of a church?
And he said God arrested him.
I am but a small child.
He said God arrested him.
Good for him. I don't know. Thank God. The fact that he says that, okay, he's winning more souls to Christ. I'm happy.
And he's the first bishop of Cherubim and Seraphim. The first bishop. I think I should give him an accolade for that.
It's nice. It's nice that he's not just doing music alone, but he has found, in quotes, a greater purpose.
And he's winning souls for God. So let's not judge him. Let's watch him.
Who am I to judge?
You understand?
I'm just watching and I'm appreciating. The Lord
Thank
is
you,
doing
Jesus,
great things
in people's life. This period.
I don't know what's going on with this lady.
Nothing. Honestly,
amazing.
but it's a good thing. I mean, congrats to him. I'm actually looking forward to more of,
musicians.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. I
Or
don't know.
being
I don't know if I'm
pastors
looking.
too.
I don't know if
You
I'm looking forward to
understand?
that because I
I
know that
won't-
the
I
call of a
wouldn't-
minister is different from the call of a music minister. Like there's pastoring and there's music.
God
ministry.
can arrest anybody.
True.
He can even
that's
arrest
true.
you right
I know
now.
people that started with music and ended up being pastors. Yes, a number of them.
So we won't be
even
surprised.
in Redeem, it's very common in Redeem. You see a lot of music
It's not. We are
ministers
not
coming
surprised. So we are looking forward to more of this happening, isn't it?
Okay. So guys, in other news, the popular Indian actor Allu Arjun was arrested on Friday following a tragic stampede. During a screening of his highly anticipated film Pushpa 2: The Rule in Hyderabad, the December 4th incident claimed the life of a woman in her 30s and left several others injured, including her son. The stampede occurred as thousands of fans gathered outside a theater hoping to catch a glimpse of the 42-year-old star. Arjun was taken into custody on suspicion of 3 offenses, including voluntarily causing hurt by dangerous weapons or means, according to a police official who spoke on condition of anonymity. Authorities have already arrested 7 individuals, including members of Arjun's security team and theater staff in connection with the incident. Video footage aired by Bokassa TV9 captured the moment Arjun, holding a coffee mug, was approached by police officers at his residence. Later in the day, local media reported that he was granted interim bail for 4 weeks. The woman who lost her life in the stampede had attended the screening with her son, who suffered several injuries. Her family has since filed a formal complaint against Arjun, his security detail, and the entire theatre management, citing negligence as the cause of the tragedy. In a heartfelt statement posted 2 days after the incident on X, formerly known as Twitter, Arjun expressed his grief. He said, "I am deeply heartbroken while respecting their need for space to grieve, while I stand committed to extending every possible assistance to help them navigate through this challenging journey." Arjun is a towering figure in Indian cinema, particularly in southern India, where he enjoys a massive fan following. His Pushpa series has been a box office sensation, with the first installment earning him the Best Actor Award at India's National Film Awards. The tragedy has cast a shadow over the excitement surrounding Pushpa 2: The Rule, raising questions about crowd management and safety protocols at high-profile events. So let's take a look at this issue. Oh my goodness. This story is just both sad and ridiculous.
Thank you very much. Emphasis on ridiculous.
I get that a stampede happened and a woman lost her life. and she had
So
a
many
young
were
son.
injured too.
Yes, and there were so many people injured.
Yeah.
But this is not the first time a stampede is ever happening. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but this is not the first time, number one. Then number two, now blaming the actor for the stampede is what I don't understand. Like, I do not understand that. We know that in every like high profile events where, okay, maybe we're trying to meet a celeb, there are like a lot of people.
Yeah.
If you are not careful, of course, a stampede will happen.
Of course.
Do you get? And sometimes there's little the management can actually do. Do you get what I'm saying? Because how do you want to control a crowd of people that are determined to meet one person?
But she actually blamed it on the security and organizers of that show.
Yes,
because,
but
like you said, it can be like a meet, like you want to meet your celebrity and all that, because it's a very high profile person. But your celebrities are meant, yes, celebrities, what is wrong with me? Securities are meant to take precautions, you understand? To make sure that stampede doesn't happen.
But have there not been times where it's like the number is too much for the security to handle?
But that's why you have to make sure that the security there is more than enough for people that are coming. Because believe me, it's more like an event you said you invited like 100 people, right? Trust me, you're expecting 300 people. And you'll be surprised how they got there. But they will be there. So whenever you're making your plans, okay, I'm expecting 100, I invited 100 people, but let's make provision for at least 250 people in case. Do you understand? I'm not trying to be sensitive, insensitive too, but I'm trying to put my
yourself in
that pain. Yes, because some people were injured. Yes, stampede happens, but what are the measures you're taking to prevent it?
Okay, so it's like their point is that, okay, they didn't take enough measures.
Exactly, because when you listen to the lawsuit, she actually stated it there, that the security, it wasn't enough, because I mean, you want to explain to somebody that you lost your mom, I'm very sorry, you want to use words?
Yeah, in such situations, I get that the story is so sad, and it's sad that we are losing a life. She just felt like I'm coming to see a celeb I like and watch a movie that I love. You get, I'm really anticipating and all. She didn't expect to lose her life. No one expected to even be injured, like with the people that are injured as well. But I am of the opinion that arresting the actor is not really like the right way to like suing his management possible. Yeah, the managers of the event. Even sometimes you know that your manager is not exactly the one planning the event. It's possible they even outsourced the planning of the event.
But there's no way you can plan an event without your manager.
Yeah, true, very true, very true. Okay. But so them, if they like sued the management, is a different thing. But arresting the actor, imagine as per
the show.
I beg, imagine as per me old show like
why
this. Make people come and meet me like yes. Like the guy just slept in jail for nothing.
But he's out now.
Yes, well, they granted
it's just that the reputation has dropped because he's like a celebrity.
Yes, and in a way, that movie will have like a bad story to it.
Not necessarily, because fans like you now would still want to watch that movie.
What do you mean by fans like me? I don't really watch Indian movies like that. But still, I'm just really, really empathetic to the actor. Like I just feel like at some point some people online were saying that it might be a situation of just targeting, like they were trying to target him, like maybe they are really looking at him and be like, this guy is too popular, something, and let's just rough him up.
Are you trying to say that they caused the stampede?
No, targeting as per arresting, like there was no need to arrest him, but just because he's a popular person.
Anyways, like it's better for those planning events to plan ahead, because they will shoot you, not even arrest you. I mean, what do you want to tell someone that lost his child? You don't say I'm sorry or
yeah, the young boy. I know it's so sad for the young boy.
Okay, so we have no time. Okay, we don't want to overemphasize. A woman who accused Jay-Z and Sean Diddy Combs of raping her when she was 13 has spoken publicly for the first time, but discrepancies in her account had led Jay-Z to request the case be dismissed. Now, speaking to NBC News on Friday, the accuser who filed the lawsuit under the name Jane Doe detailed her allegations stemming from a 2000 MTV Video Music Award after party. She claimed she was taken to Diddy's home in a limousine, given a drink that left her feeling disoriented. and then sexually assaulted, describing the alleged incident as a catastrophic event that ruined her life. The accuser maintained her overall story but acknowledged inconsistencies in certain details. For example, she claimed to have spoken to musician Benji Madden at the party, but Madden denies being in New York City at the time. She also said her father picked her up from the party, a detail she does not recall. Additionally, while the accuser alleged the rape occurred at Diddy's house, photos shows Diddy and Jay-Z at Lotus nightclub on the same night. However, the images do not account for their whereabouts during the entire evening. Despite this contradiction, the accuser stands by her claims, asserting those flaws in the story don't mean the rape didn't happen. Jay-Z's attorney Alex Spiro responded swiftly, filing documents to inform the judge of the inconsistencies. Spiro described the accusation as a sham, pointing out fundamental errors in the accuser's narrative, including inaccuracies in who, what, when, and where. He also highlighted the absence of corroborating witnesses and criticized the accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, for allegedly failing to verify the facts before filing the complaint. Now, Spiro announced plans to file a motion to dismiss the case. Similarly, Diddy's legal team issued a statement denouncing the allegations, referencing broader concern about fake claims. This is the beginning of the end of the money gap, Diddy's attorney said, emphasizing the unraveling of allegations against their client. Busby has not yet responded to this development. The case continues to draw attention as questions about credibility and legal accountability take center stage. Let's take a look at the video of the interview with the woman with NBC.
You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life.
A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity.
What made you want to come forward and talk today?
Because I think that I've been quiet long enough about what I've been through, and it's been hard enough to be quiet, but it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close.
An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities.
You weren't scared to be all alone?
No, with having autism is like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof juggle ball. The world's on fire. The fire is inside the ball with you, but there's no way for you to get out.
In addition to having autism, the woman says she suffered a head injury. The night of the 2000s VMAs, she says a friend drove her from Rochester, New York to Manhattan, a more than 5-hour drive. Her attorney provided NBC News with the name of the friend who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs' limo driver, who offered her a ride to an after party.
I stumbled upon Diddy's driver, who told me that I was exactly what Diddy was looking for.
What did you think when he said that to you?
I thought it meant that I was just pretty.
She went to a White House, she says, where she spoke to musicians Benji Madden and his brother.
I'm talking to Benji Madden about his tattoo because, you know, I have about his tattoo that's the Last Supper, because I have a religious background. So it was just something to talk about.
In a statement to NBC News, a representative of the Maddens confirmed that they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched.
JC comes in and raped me. He at that point I was fighting, trying to get away from him, and he put his hand over my mouth and told me to stop it, cut the.
After the alleged rape, she says she ran to a gas station where she called her father, who picked her up and drove her home.
We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me what I did or where I was.
In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not verify the claims. Quote, "I felt like I would remember that, and I don't. I have a lot going on, but I mean, that's something that would definitely stick in my mind," he said. When we asked the woman about the contradictions in a phone interview on Friday, she said that she stands by her.
All right. You know, this particular case stretched. That was on Monday. Yeah. When Jay-Z was trending, even on Twitter, that you could remember, right?
Yes, I
that
do.
Surprisingly, he even had to appear in the Mufasa premiere with his wife and daughter, telling us that he did not do it.
It's like, we are standing
Surprisingly, he really did. In fact, not surprisingly, he really did not do it.
Well, this lady's testament is not her saying he didn't do it.
Okay.
It's just her admitting that, okay, yes,
she was wrong.
There were
the way
some
she
things,
said it.
No. The only thing that was really put out here now is not that Jay-Z didn't do it too. What was put out here is the fact that her testimony is not consistent. Like it's like you are saying that
You're saying
a friend helped you,
exactly.
and they went to go and ask that friend. The friend is like,
it's nothing was that.
So it's like there's some inconsistencies.
The
in her
fact
story
that she has an autism
just makes the whole case very
low.
Like I get.
It's more or less. Someone will be like, "Are you crazy? Don't you recall? Are you trying to?" Do you get? It's as if they sent her. You understand? In the layman, it would be like, oh, they sent her to go do that thing. Because already we have this thing in our brain that Didi is in prison and there's a lot of things he has done. Do you get?
Yes.
So cases keep coming every day concerning
every day.
Didi. Even as I speak to you, I'm sure another story has dropped that Didi committed. So we were surprised that Jay-Z had to do this. And we got to find out that he didn't do it. Of course, trust comment section. Some will say he did and some will say he didn't do. So we agreed that we're going to review it. In as much as, yes, it is not consistent with what she said, because you cannot say this and when they go back to check,
it's not
in line. So,
well, I don't know.
know.
I just feel like, okay, I really hope that the truth actually comes out, because this case is very messy. Normally, a rape case
they've asked for dismissal of the case. Actually,
they asked, yes, but has it been granted? I don't think the court has said anything.
So why haven't? But anyways, there's more to this.
I just feel like
he has not said anything.
Yes, I feel like this case is so much more technical because of the fact that she has autism, and people that have autism find it hard to express themselves.
Yeah, because
and
even talking
it's easy for them to even get tensed up when you are trying to question them. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just really hope everything clears out.
Anyways, I'm not defending anybody. I'm actually advocating for the truth to come out. All right. So you guys, we're going on a break. All right. So when we come back, we'll review our guests to you. So stay with us.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And yes, this is the time where we gist with our guests. Today, we are having Alaibi Nana Joseph. He's a theatre actor and director. And today, he'll be discussing with us theatre as a form of entertainment, giving us director's perspective. I know that you guys want to hear this. So, he'll be joining us on Zoom. Hi, Joseph. Can you hear us?
I can hear you clearly. Good afternoon. I can hear you clearly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's so lovely to have you around.
Also nice to have you
can
guys here.
I will just be diving straight into it. Can you tell us how you define the role of theatre as a form of entertainment in today's world? Do you think theatre is still an important form of entertainment?
Well, the onus is that theatre has always been there as an art form right from time immemorial, even right from the Bible, in the Garden of Eden, where God gave Adam the ability or the decision or the authority to name animals by their names. So theatre has been part of our life, even in our culture, our tradition, in the way we behave, in the way we think, in the way we relate with people or interact with people. So theatre as an art form will continue to thrive in today's world because it gave birth to what we call the screen endeavors that we have today on TV, entertainment on TV, the music, the dance, all forms of theatrical activities that you find on TV. So theater remains a thriving point, a driving force as far as entertainment is concerned in this part of the world.
Okay, so Alaibi, can you share us your experience so far being a director of theater arts?
Well, it has been a journey that is first of all entertaining and yet very tasking, especially in this part of the world where you are trying to inculcate the discipline of theater amongst people. The role of a director is very, very tedious aside the creative aspect of the business. The director, as you know, is in charge of the entire production process, ensuring that the costumiers, the makeup artists, the lighting designers, the technicians, the sets and props and executives all are in tandem to actualizing a production. So it is the job of the director to do that. So it has been a tasking endeavor, tasking in the sense that even before the rehearsals, what do you do? The play you want to present to the world, the idea you want to present to the world, how do you craft it? How do you design it? How do you put the right people together, the right actors, the right costumier? So it's a very challenging one, but because of the passion that we have for it, it is also a very interesting one moving forward.
Okay.
I'm sure a lot of people are more used to contemporary acting these days, like what we see on film and everything. So can you tell us, is there actually a difference between theater performances and contemporary acting, the ones we see on screen?
There's no difference. In fact, all is theater as far as I'm concerned, because theater first has been part of our lives as a people, from our culture, from our tradition, before these contemporary days. It has also evolved. What you see on TV is an evolution of theater. So theater cannot be eroded because it is the brainchild of what you see on screen. Anything you see on screen has been from stage to screen. In fact, if you look at even the movie productions that you see, there is movement, there is characterization. You have to get things right. Directors will move actors. It is a part of theater, although in front of a camera. The difference between the both is that while one has been produced before coming to an audience, theater is live. It's live performance before the audience. You see the actors move. You see everybody move. The audience members are seeing everybody. So there is not much difference. The only difference is production, how the both forms have been produced. And that is the reason why anything that is the mother child cannot be killed. And no matter how the Gen Z or this generation has eroded theater, the theater practitioners must continue to sell the prospects of theater to Nigerians, to Africans, to the populace, because it is the foundation through which what you see on TV evolves. So that's just it. So theater cannot, we don't expect theater to die. We don't expect theater will not die by the grace of God. Everyone, we just have to look for a way to attract our audience to appreciate the art of theater even more than what they see on TV.
All right, so I can see the way you're so eager about this whole thing, you know, putting all your heart so
yeah,
in.
really showing he's passionate.
Yeah,
He's passionate about this.
So, like, in your experience so far, what elements do you think captivates the audience the more in live theater?
Wow, I mean, everything in live theater is life. Live theater is life itself. You can see your everyday, the characters you see in your everyday society moving and walking and talking on stage. It's just amazing to see that you come to a theater and see your experience. What you see in your everyday life, you see it on stage with actors, with a proper directing, with a proper artistic vision, with proper lighting, with proper set, proper costumes. You see your life replicated on stage. So to me, everything I see on stage is I'm passionate about it because I can interact with it. For instance, you see a story that talks about infidelity. You have been in a society where infidelity takes place, and then you are on stage. You see live performance itself right there on stage. So to me, it's an experience that we can't kill. It's an experience that cannot die. To me, it's an experience that I will always cherish. To see fantastic actors interpret their roles is just a dream come true. And that is the reason why theater will continue to thrive. We'll continue to push for theater. We'll continue to encourage people to walk down to a theater and watch live performances. And that's why we'll continue to propagate ideas and norms that will flourish the art of theater in various ways. So everything about theater is interesting, from the lights, to the costume, to the makeup artist, to the acting, to set, to prop. Everything is impressive, and it's just an interesting exercise.
Okay.
Mad stuff.
Can you walk us through your process of selecting the plays and the themes for your plays that would resonate with your audience? How do you know which theme works?
Yeah.
You see, it's interesting, per time, you look at for a story that what will the audience, that's the place of a director to, every story that pops up from a playwright or from a scriptwriter, the director reads that story and internalizes the idea and wants to either do away with what the playwright has done or try to create an idea that befits the society. As far as we are concerned, to me, the idea of a play, the themes of a play, or the stories that we tell, the director must know what to do because he knows where it's coming from. The society that you are involved in will give you an idea of the kind of stories that you tell. So we must look out for that society, those stories that resonates with them, and sit down and craft it with your team. So to me, as a director, what I do is that at time, I will ask myself, what is this trending gist on the internet? What are people talking about right now? What kind of story thrives at this particular moment? And how can we look at it in a story and tell it to the world for people to see as a way of correction? Theater is not just for entertainment. That is the basic thing that we must really understand. Theater beyond entertainment, right from time, has been there for correction. Theater is a place where someone goes to watch a performance, and then you go back home with it's just like going to church and your pastor preaches to you. He gives you a particular topic and your mind, I've sinned against God. This sin that I've sinned, God should forgive me. God, I beg. God, please forgive me all my sins. That is the way a theater is. So when you go into a theater, you're not just going there for the entertainment aspect of it. You're going there to have a rethink, to have a change of life, to have a change of thought as a person, as an individual. That is what theater is about. So to me, what I first think about is, what will my society, the people I'm trying to pass this message to, what are they talking about in that particular story? What are they talking about? How will they perceive the story? So we begin to craft the story with a very good playwright, begin to craft it, set up my team of quality actors, set up my team in terms of the set designer, the makeup artist, the costumier, put everybody together and begin to tell them the story that we intend to pass, so that they are in tandem with the characters they want to play, they're in tandem with the story, and it will begin to make meaning and shape meaning in the minds of the audience.
All right, so that's a very good one, Alabi. Let's digress a little bit, okay? I want to ask personally, all right, because it's actually been a trend, okay? Who is actually the god of a good play, of a good theater play? Is it the director, the script writer, or the actor?
Well, let me hold on with a famous theater